Test, test,
Testing, testing. One, two, three.
test, 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 test. Test. Test, test. My lapel mic on. It is. This is a test. I think it's just turned down, so it's the white one. Test, test, test. Hey, hey. Woohoo. All right, this is a test. Welcome to 200 OK, everybody. Test one, two. My mic sounds nice. Check one. All right. Hello. Welcome. Glad you're here. Jeffrey. Jeffrey. Good? Keep talking? Okay. This is a test. This is a microphone test. Test, test. Testy, test, test. Travis Miller. Not at Puckbag. At Travis Miller Dev. Don't go to Puckbag. Test one, two. I go there to figure out where I'm supposed to go. And I appreciate it that you put it in all the other places. And so it's like, GitHub, nope. Keep going. Yeah. That's exactly it. Yeah. Ooh, Docket Toomey's here in the house. Test one, two. Emily. Test one, two. Welcome to Holberton. 200 OK. 10 dang years. Test one, two. Test. If you're not on the Wi-Fi yet, the SSID is Holberton Guest. And the password, all lowercase, Holberton School Tulsa. Holberton School Wi-Fi access. All lowercase, no spaces. That's my mic test.
Testing the audio for the stream. Testing.
1, 2, test, test.
Test, test. 1, 2, 3.
Hey everyone, good morning. Welcome to 200 OK. We're going to get started here in about 5 minutes. So if you want to grab some food, make your way back to your seats, we'll kick it off. We're working on a little audio. Cool.
If you think you will be locked out, you will probably
We'll go over this during the talk, but if you need Wi-Fi access, it's on the back of your badge. You can get the passwords. All right, everyone, we will be starting in 1 minute, so if you want to make your way over to your chair, please do so. And my mic's on. Great. Awesome. Hey, everybody. Welcome to 200 OK. We're so excited to have you here. Helping celebrate 10 years of this conference being around. I'm going to be emceeing today. I'm Max Crawford, and my mic's too loud. That again, better. No feedback. Hot dog. Again, I'm Max. I'm going to be emceeing and AVing and doing some stuff on the sides. And let's get started. I've been conferencing. This is my 7th year helping with 200 OK. I pulled the tape yesterday to figure out how long I've been hanging around. For today and for general Techlahomaness, I would say join Techlahoma Slack. If you have questions during the talk, we want to direct them there, and we'll do a Q&A after each talk. You can @ me or @ Emily. Put handles in there. But if you sign up there, it'll send you an invite. If you need help from anyone today in a gray shirt, we're volunteers and we can get you access, etc. So if you have any issues at all, just hit us up and we can get it solved. This is a Techlahoma event, and so I'd like to call out that it's extremely important for us and everyone here feel safe and respected at these kinds of events. If you have an issue with anyone's behavior or anything going on, please let us know. We've got a lot of different places. We've got the website, we've got email, and again, talk to anybody in a great shirt. Get on it. Prompt. Shout out Holberton for hosting this event today. It feels way more official with like clickers and big screens. So this is the best facilities. We really appreciate it. If you want to get connected, here's the password for the Wi-Fi, but it's also on the back of your badge. So get it that way. But definitely, if you want to get connected today. And then facility talk, there's 2 viewing areas. There's this area where stage is, that's the main stage, and this is going to be the quiet, like focus, listening, no fidget spinners allowed spot. And this is where you get the fidget spinner, don't use it. And then the annex on the other side is the kind of like the more loud, think like coffee shop environment. They've got good like comfy seating. They'll be streaming it on all this. So feel free, bounce back and forth. The entrance to that is the entrance door y'all came into and you checked in. Just walk through. Both doors are unlocked. Bathrooms are right here behind the kitchen on both sides. And then lightning talks. So when you walked in, first you saw that there was a whiteboard, lightning talks. We're going to do lightning talks right after lunch. So if you have an idea of a talk you want to give, 5 to 10 minutes, sign up, put it on the board of your topic. If you're not wanting to speak, but you want to have input, go +1 if you want to hear that talk. It's open till 12:30, and we'll tally votes, set up our schedule then. That starts at and again, don't take my word for it. Everybody, Emily Harden, Executive Director of Techlahoma.
Hey. Hello. Can you hear me? I feel like, okay. All right. Hello, everyone. The day is here. I sent out a message in the channel from Finding Nemo. Today's the day. The tank is clean. If you get my reference, you're my people. Okay? I really appreciate it. So my name's Emily Harden. I'm the executive director of Techlahoma Foundation. Max kind of mentioned us at the very beginning, but we're the ones that host this event. We are a nonprofit that connects people interested in tech across the state. We do that through education, connection, and opportunity. So what that basically means is we have conferences, we host user groups, we have a Slack community with over 5,000 people that just talk about all things tech, talk about memes, talk about, I think there's a pet channel in our Slack. We talk about all sorts of things just to interact with people who think like us, work like us, have that mindset. So that's a little bit about Techlahoma. If you have any issues today, talk to me. If I'm running around with my head cut off, don't talk to me. I'm just kidding. Find someone in the gray shirt like Max mentioned, and we'll be able to help you out. If you have any questions and you're a I don't want to talk to people person, feel free to message me on Slack at Emily H. After today, feel free to message me on Slack if you have any questions, input, thought. We are going to send out a survey at the end of the conference, but if you have any ideas, questions, things you want to bring up about Techlahoma, happy to have. So we have some wonderful sponsors. I skipped. We are doing a prize drawing. So when you first walked in, there was a little place to drop paper. I don't think anyone has yet. So your chances are very good right now. But we have a couple of prizes that were donated from some awesome people. There is a prize from McNelly's group for 12 people to bowl at the Dust Bowl. So you can host your next party there. There's also a couple of Reese's gift cards. So if you're Tulsa local, you will definitely make use of that. If you're not Tulsa local, there might not be a reason to enter the drawing, but we appreciate that you're here. So good to know. In terms of sponsors for Techlahoma, we have Inasmuch Foundation and Kerr Foundation. Those are our two biggest grantors that have given us money to help make sure things are running, help put this conference on. Heartland is a big sponsor for us as well. They deliver human tech across all of their solutions, and they're a great sponsor for us. They are actually at an enriched level, really high level, so we appreciate it. Of course, Max already mentioned this, Holberton. We are so thankful for Holberton. They're not only sponsoring the venue for us today, but they've been super accommodating with us, working with us on this venue. And they also host some of our user group meetups out of here. It's really been great working with them, and we appreciate it. GetWit partners with growth-focused brands to create groundbreaking products and eyebrow-raising campaigns. Simply put, we move fast, change reality. So GetWit is one of our sponsors. They are the H2 level because we like to lever here at Techlahoma. So they're an H2 level sponsor for us, and we're appreciative that they're here. We even have a couple of reps in the company. There's sponsor again. Some local sponsors in Tulsa actually featured us in a podcast. So they did some ads for this conference in their podcast. That was really cool. And then Hogue Software is a local sponsor of Techlahoma, and we appreciate that. Okay, we're about to kick off the conference schedule. If you're on the stream, I want to mention one quick thing. The stream will be cutting off right after Amy's talk. So after Amy's talk, I will be giving a little roundup closing, and then we'll have Luke's talk. Luke's talk is not going to be next we have Shelby. Shelby is the former head of data for Strava and Komodo Health. As a data professional, former software engineer, and entrepreneur, she has had the opportunity to build some great products. She has influenced large and small companies such as Salesforce, Fitbit, and the company she co-founded. Shelby is passionate about fostering equity in the tech industry and is committed to providing knowledge and mentorship to underrepresented groups. Her vision is that one day everyone in STEM feels empowered to advocate for themselves so that they keep growing in their. Let's welcome Shelby.
Oh, I did. Yeah, that looks good. Okay. Uh, no worries, no worries. Yeah. Awesome. Thank you all for being patient and super excited to be here. This is my first time in Tulsa, and today was yesterday. So my name is Shelby Vaklu. My topic is related to data quality. So I'm super excited because this is a topic that techies and non-techies alike seem to resonate with. How many of you all have worked in companies that had data quality issues? Quite a few, and the rest of you are lying, but that's okay. So before, you can look me up on LinkedIn, but I thought I'd start with some fun facts. These are the 4 big cities that I've lived at in my adult life. Some look recognizable. Anybody want to shout out something else that they recognize? Yes, San Francisco. Yes, Chicago. And that's New Delhi and Prague. So those are the 4 cities that I've lived at in my adult life. And on the topic of just fun facts, I thought I would introduce you to my exes. That seems appropriate. So those are some of the more recent companies that I've worked at. As Emily mentioned, I was at Strava and Komodo Health as their head of data, head of analytics. Salesforce Fitbit, I worked there as well. All of these companies had something in common. All 4 companies are inherently data companies where data is the product. So, really, really large data sets. Some of them had more than 400 million end users. So really large companies, huge data sets. They didn't always call themselves a data company, but I did, and that's kind of why I joined. All of them were also, they had a subscription component. It's something that I've done a lot in my career, getting people to pay for products at a recurring cadence, part with their money like that. That's something that I enjoy. So today's topics, we're essentially going to talk about three things. What is bad data? Why should anybody care about it? And what can we do about it? So just starting with the basics, what is bad data? Any data that is inaccurate, incomplete, or misleading is bad data. And that is something, bad data inherently, the reason why it's a problem is because it leads to biased decisions. I always want to clarify, just because you don't like something that you see doesn't make it bad. And that's a very important distinction to make. For something to be bad data, it has to still meet that criteria that it is biased, it's misleading, or it's wrong in some way. So why should anybody care about bad data? Money is always a really good reason. Inherently, what happens is if you have bad data, you are putting a lot of burden on your resources because you are going to try to maintain what's going wrong. You're going to try to figure out what is wrong with my data. I have to maintain it. Somebody has to dig into stuff. Somebody has to spend a lot of time on it. And there's inherently a lot of time and energy and resources wasted on trying to figure out what's going wrong with your data quality. The other issue is that when you are in a company where there is a mistrust of the data, and this is something that you hear very often, there are going to be a lot of companies that say, you know what, we have data in our company, but we don't actually trust it. It's not something that we trust. So anytime somebody presents a number and says, I'm going to make a decision on this, people are like, are you sure though? And they're going to spend a lot of time trying to reconcile information. And inherently, data quality issues also lead you to spend a lot more on tools. There are a lot of specific tools. There's a huge market of tools that are just focused on data quality issues. So you're going to end up spending a lot of money on these pieces. A more specific way that you lose money or burn money, as this picture shows, is data is typically used in companies to support decisions. That is, in most companies, that is the whole point of it. You're using data to decide which direction to go in. And if you have issues with accuracy, if you have issues with quality, your data is going to tell you to chase option A, and really what was better for your company was to go after option B. And if you didn't catch that, you're essentially losing money because you're going after the wrong thing. You're going after something that doesn't make sense. Similarly, it can also sometimes just highlight things that are the wrong opportunity to go after. It's pointing out something that you shouldn't actually be chasing, and then there's the actual loss of time when you're trying to fix bad data, and you're just losing out time in the process. Trust. So more important than money, than losing money sometimes, is losing your customers. If you have data quality issues, and even internally, like even before you get to the customer stage, if you are anybody in the company, you can be a developer, you can be in the data team, you can be in product, but ultimately, if people feel that things that you're saying have been proven wrong in the past, they are less likely to trust you moving forward, because they have an example of a time that you told them something which wasn't really true. So once you lose that trust, people are less likely to listen to what you're trying to say. They're less likely to believe you, and especially like data sometimes presents very unusual things. And like I said, a lot of people just don't like what they're seeing. So if you don't like it and you have reasons to mistrust the person who's presenting it, that's again a whole lot of thing wasted. But externally, that can be a problem as well. It's maybe even more so that if your customers find out that you had data quality issues, and that's why you overcharge them for something, or you undercharge them for something and apologize, or something like that. Like, if you have a more public way that it was evident to people that you don't have good data quality, they can lose trust in you, and that can cost you in ways that are even harder to quantify. So you will lose money, you just won't know how much money exactly you're losing. This is sort of a specific subset of trust where it's not just that people are upset that you showed them something incorrect, it's that you could be held legally liable, like you could be held liable for it. I have worked in multiple companies where there was a lot of regulation. So Komodo Health, for example, healthcare data set, a lot of requirements, legal requirements of what you can and cannot do with your data. Lots of companies have things in place about data breaches, how customer data is handled. If you are in banking or real estate, like there's a lot of industries which are very, very particular about data quality issues. And so you have to be really careful in how you handle data, how you're meeting compliance, and just whether you're meeting the legal standards that have been set for that industry. So mistakes can inherently be expensive legally, just because of everything that gets added. But it's also, it's again, like, if you want to run a good business, if you want to run a sustainable business, you have to think about it also from just an ethical perspective. So it's not just what gets you, what might send you to jail, but what might just mess with your soul. The other piece to highlight is that bad data can, it's almost a domino effect, that if you have something wrong with your data, you may not know how downstream you may be causing harm to real people. And it's very hard to sort of predict these things. That's why you try to focus on the upstream piece, which is just try to have good data quality in the first place. And I always give this example that, for the most part, depending on what your company is doing, you may think that there's not such a huge deal if you get something wrong. If you're on Facebook or Google and they're primarily showing you ads, you're like, what's the worst thing that can happen if I show somebody the wrong ad based on data? Well, somebody might actually lose out on a new cancer treatment because they never saw the ad for that. Or they may lose out on education and career opportunities because, again, that ad wasn't targeting them correctly because you have underlying bad data. So there is real consequences to having bad data, and it's very hard to predict how exactly you will negatively impact somebody. But think about these pieces as well. And if you have data quality issues, this can be one of the best ways to sort of push your team leadership to actually focus on this. Last two quick things, which are internal. So I have worked in a ton of different companies, and the amount of productivity loss cost for data scientists or even other partner collaborators spent in trying to, literally, it sometimes really feels like you're just mopping the floor. Like, there's data quality issues coming. Somebody says, oh, this dashboard broke, or this pipeline broke, or what's going on. And it just feels like you're just trying to catch up. You're just trying to, the taps are bursting and you're just trying to clean it all up. So inherently, anybody who's in charge of trying to fix data quality issues is going to spend a lot of time finding the errors, communicating the errors, fixing it, and all of those pieces. So it's a productivity loss, and sometimes more importantly, it's a morale loss. So people often leave companies if they feel that their talents are not effectively utilized. So if they feel that they are using their skills for something which is not the best use of their skills, like nobody became a data scientist to just clean pipelines all the time, though that is huge part of the job. But people want to feel that the company cares about effectively utilizing their skills, and they care about these type of things that can actually help them use their skills more effectively. So morale loss is how a lot of companies lose people, and if leadership doesn't sort of care about these things, it amplifies. Alrighty, so sort of doom and gloom, intentional. I want you all to be paying attention. So what can we actually do about bad data? I'm going to be spending most of our time on the prevent stage, because I think preventing something is more important. I mean, you'll have to spend less time on diagnosing and curing something if you just get the prevent, if you try to prevent as much as you possibly can. So diving in to how does bad data get introduced in the first place? So I always start with something that I call the data life cycle, because every company you have data that follows the same pattern. It goes through similar phases at the same time. So first up, there's usually somebody who defines the features, who says this is what a piece of data actually represents, and people are working together for it. After that, you try to actually log data. So you're going to track it, you're going to store it, and it's going to go through an engineering process to be stored somewhere. After that, you transform it. So this is where you apply some sort of business rules to the data to make it more human readable and to make it more useful for the specific things that you're trying to do. And then you analyze the data. So somebody is going to just interpret it, use it to solve business problems. And the final stage is where the data is actually shared. So this is just the entire life cycle, and there's a lot going on with this graphic, but I usually put it there so that some people like to take a picture of it, because it's broken up into a lot of different slides. So I am going to be going through each of these phases, but this is sort of an overview of the doom and gloom that I mentioned, all the possible things that can go wrong. And this is not everything. It's sort of starting points for the various things that can go wrong in each phase. More doom and gloom. That's we recognize our friend from the last couple of years. So I just put it here because, one, I created this talk at the beginning of the pandemic, and so all the examples I was thinking about were very COVID related. But I've actually kept them because the fun side effect of the pandemic was it gave us a lot of amazing for me. Please don't publish there, but it gave us a lot of great examples, like very public examples of data quality issues. So COVID-19 was the most data tracked disease of all time. Never have we had so many data sets publicly accessible, shared, sort of aligned, and like there's a lot there. So it's actually, I think for many years it will stay as one of the very interesting search opportunities, just in terms of how do people kind of think about data and things like that. So yeah, so just a caveat that a lot of my examples are going to be anchored at the pandemic. So starting with the first phase, which is the definition phase. So this is again the phase that I said that you decide that this is what a piece of data represents. So in it, one of the most common things that can happen is that you can have something which is inherently an uneven feature definition. And what I mean by that is that I can say that this is the criteria for what counts as a COVID case. And in COVID, for example, people started saying, if you're asymptomatic, you have COVID. And it's not an obvious solution. So some people get together and they say, well, asymptomatic does count, or maybe some people say it doesn't count, but people make some sort of a decision with that piece of information, and that's why you're defining the feature. What is a COVID case? And then you may compare it to other diseases and realize that people made completely different decisions. So then, if you start comparing, if people get normalized to how COVID was treated as what defines the case, you could compare it to some other disease and realize that it's uneven, that people chose to go with asymptomatic included in one case and they didn't include asymptomatic in another. So this leads to a lot of, you can imagine that people then start making assumptions based on what they know, and that unevenness is inherently what causes data quality issues because people are not exactly sure of what something represents. The other issue could be that you have a very myopic definition or a very narrow definition. So for example, when we started with the pandemic, maybe again, what counted as a disease was alpha variant or something like that, like maybe that was a definition. And then eventually was that definition evolved to include things like the Delta variant, the Omicron, and all the other Greek letters that we came up with. But again, if you don't think about the possibility of how, like in product, if a feature as it sort of goes forward, you have to think about tomorrow what's going to go on with the feature, and like would I want it to be still part of the same definition, or will I create a completely new definition to make that the case? And yeah, finally, like you can just have something incorrect, like maybe we were just trying to match that anytime a case was registered, they try to match the disease name. Maybe there's a typo in there, or maybe it puts a regex which matches other things that were unintentional. And so that can just lead you to have, like, where the definition itself, like the first phase of the data lifecycle, you've introduced an error. So in all of those cases, inherently what happens is you are looking at a picture that is blurry. You're not seeing the full picture. Maybe it's oddly cropped out, and you have a flaw in your sort of definition. Next up is the logging phase. So this is where you actually track the features that you have defined. And again, there's a lot of potential for confusion here. So you could have something where your tracking is either incorrect or it's incomplete. So the example for that would be that you track stuff that's coming from insurance companies, but you did not track people who don't have insurance, because that's just how you set up your pipeline. You could have a flaw in your pipeline where something breaks. So cases that are that was submitted using a mobile app, maybe something broke there, and you just lost all the cases that were tracked through a mobile. And this one's my favorite because I work so globally that inconsistent time frames is almost a given. You know, what I count as cases on Sunday could be very different than what you count as cases on Sunday, because my Sunday and your Sunday began at different times. And then when you try to aggregate that information, are you labeling it Sunday? Are you labeling it Sunday of each city? There's a lot of things that can go wrong. And how people treat week, when is the start of a week? I'm saying a week, but what I really mean is weekdays. There's a lot of things here. And these are all at the logging phase, because you're trying to store the data, and you're trying to store sort of a flag, which is usually the time frame with it, and it's weird. So this is the equivalent of everything being there, but the connection between things being broken. So you have it, you just can't get to it, and you have to jump through a lot of hoops to do what you want. The next phase is the transforming phase. So this is where you take data, you apply some rules to it, and you turn it into something hopefully useful and usable. So are the rules actually understood? It's very common, like, you know, you see a bunch of ingredients and you're trying to figure out, like, am I making cake with it, or am I making muffins with it? Like, it can be super similar. Like you're not entirely sure. So similarly, you see a table. It says it contains all COVID cases, but again, what does all mean? Does it mean every COVID case ever? Does it mean only the cases that are active right now? Does it have other restrictions on it? So there's a lot of rules that could just not be understood especially important, like how you treat labels, how you treat catalogs, how you think about these things, because you could just end up with something that's unintuitive. Through data pipelines, like as we're doing transformation, we're taking data from one place, we're trying to transform it and take it to another place. In that, some people almost look at it as a challenge, like let me do all the transformations in one step, and I'm going to jump from here to here, and I'm going to just take a giant leap. So all the business rules, all the transformation logic is in one giant step, and then if you decide to change one of those business rules, you have to break apart that entire thing. The other thing that people try to do is they have like every little step is broken out. So you change one piece, that's a new table, or that's a new sort of transformation stage, and you keep doing that. So in it, you can end up with some aggregations that are just meaningless. They incorporate a logic which is again not. It doesn't extend, and so if you try to then do something different, you're going to end up with having a lot of extra gymnastics that you do, trying to figure out like what were you trying to do in the first place, and if I want to do something even slightly different, how do I actually get it? Logical errors. So most common example of this is that you created your rules in a test environment, and you didn't include all the real world scenarios, and so it's inherently there's a logical issue that you've now incorporated into your. And we're now on to our fourth stage, the most exciting one, or I don't know, I find it exciting. So everybody who's trying to answer a problem, they think of what they're answering in a certain way. And usually when you're interacting with other stakeholders, they might have something slightly different that they're thinking about. So I heard some discussion going on about alignment meetings. Sorry, just yeah, about how useless they could be. But it's there is a real problem that when people are not aligned on what they're trying to do. Oh, this is not okay. Never mind. Sorry. So yeah, so there could be a little bit of a difference in the question that I think I'm trying to answer and the question that somebody who's actually asking me. So spending a little bit of that upfront time, making sure everybody's talking the same language and you clarify what people mean. Hence the alignment meetings. Like there's a little bit of a use of that just for that from that perspective. The other issue is, people make mistakes. They could apply the wrong model, the wrong formula. So as you're analyzing, maybe you just you don't get something right. You're you've made a mistake. Depending on who is viewing it, sometimes people catch it, sometimes people really don't. And so this is again a place where you can have a lot of unintentional bad data introduced because of. And biased algorithms. So this, I'm sure, could be an entire talk on its own. Biases in algorithms, especially with the way we've sort of started relying very heavily on a lot of AI and things like that. Like all of it, I still always say like there's a little bit of that caveat of are you sure you know how that information is treated when you're trying to analyze something? Do you understand the algorithm that is based on it? And this again, like it could be something really lighthearted. I was sharing with somebody yesterday that I tried to get ChatGPT to summarize all my slides based on speaker notes, and the summary it came up with was COVID causes data quality issues. I mean. I don't trust that. It didn't understand my thing. So, it could be something simple like that. Like you see it and you're like, okay, that's silly, not true. Or it could be something super deep. You don't know all the biases that are even embedded into the data itself. How your data has been gathered when your COVID cases have been tagged as male or female. Is it skipping out on the transgender experience of what's going on? is that then kind of put into your model in a way that causes more harm? Like, you have to really think about like all, like it really helps to have that mindset of what are all the things that can go wrong, because that's one of the best ways to sort of prevent those downstream consequences. Ultimately, the analysis phase is very important because this is where all the decisions. So again, if you have data quality issues happening at this stage, that's sort of the more direct line that you can see to a biased decision or a bad decision that gets made and has negative consequences for whatever it was that you're trying to do. Pause for laughter, because this is a real this is a real I pulled this from Reddit. It's, yeah, I mean, I like pi. I would like to have, I don't know, it adds up to more than 100. So you're getting extra pi, which might seem like there's a reason people hate pie charts, you know, and this is this is one of them. People don't know how to use it. But I share this because I love bad data charts. I collect them. It's so if you have some, please tweet or send them on LinkedIn, because I find them hilarious. There's so many good ones, so it's tough to choose. But this is actually like, so this is the last stage of data life cycle. So this is the final thing where you share your data with people. And again, so many things can go wrong here, and sometimes with hilarious consequences. But it is interesting to see, like, you know, you could have done everything right up to this stage, and then you share it and you make some boo-boos which are tough to fix. So this chart, of course, I mean, I don't even get the color scheme. There's so many things wrong with it, and the way it's worded, getting it. Okay. So one of the most common things that can go wrong with the data quality in the sharing phase is just faulty reporting. You have either it's constructed incorrectly, you have some typos, or you have some downstream problems. Maybe it's an old dashboard, it's no longer being maintained, and you change something in your data pipeline. It no longer applies to a particular report, but you didn't go and change all the dashboards that were using a particular report or things like that. So again, lots can go wrong in this, in just like there's a fault with the report. This is actually super common, especially when you don't have labels. So again, very common. During COVID, everybody and their grandmother suddenly became an expert, and they started releasing all these charts and graphics and you know, these hot takes on the news. Like this was on the news. So it was very interesting because they would, sometimes it was unintentional that they themselves looked at some data and weren't really sure of what it represented. So they made a guess, and their guess was wrong. And sometimes, you know, it was ambiguous enough that maybe it was intentional. Like, think about politicians trying to get people to sort of do something or the other, and they're like, oh, this chart is not that bad, or they're like, oh, it's horrifying, we need to do something different. So people can cherry pick results, zoom into something which doesn't make sense in the context, and sometimes, like, just as a viewer, like, you don't know better. So if it doesn't clearly say that, hey, this is data that just answers this one question, like, please do not use it for something else, people are going to make their own guesses, and they're going to try to join one data that they saw somewhere, join it with something else they saw somewhere else, and maybe it's not really intended to do that. Similar to that, once the data is out there, once you have shared it, that is it. You cannot, you can't prevent people from using it for whatever the hell they want. So there is a lot of unintended uses that people can, you've shared a report, they then try to do something else cool with it, and maybe it's not intended to be used for something like that. So again, you can't actually stop people. Like, once you put something out there, it's out there. But what you can do is you can have very good documentation You can have call-outs that are right there. They're not, they're not somewhere in the news article, like at the bottom, or like hidden in some paragraph or in like really light gray text. You can be intentional and make sure that people are using it for what it was meant to be used for. So that covers, that was sort of the wrap up of everything that I talked about in the phases of introducing bad data. Again, these are not the only things that can go wrong. These are, in my view, some of the more common. So from my perspective, again, it doesn't matter who you are in the organization. You don't have to be the data person, but you can always start with this, like, hey, have we checked this? Like, these are sort of the starting points that you can start with. All right, so hopefully we understand how bad data gets created. It then becomes easier to actually diagnose what's going on. And I always start with, like, how does bad data show up anyways? And these are, I think, the two most common, mismatched socks. But you most commonly will hear people talk about results that don't match. The most used sentence of all time in the corporate world is, I saw this one dashboard and this number doesn't match on this other dashboard. Like, honestly, if I had a penny for every time I heard somebody say that, because they're looking at results, they're expecting them to match. Maybe they're supposed to, maybe they're not, but regardless, that's how you notice something's off. Oh, no, wait, we need to talk about the dog. The suspicious results. So it's just when you view something that you have reasons to believe that that's not how it should look. So you see data, maybe you don't even have another data point to compare it to, but you have some reason in your head which says, like, I don't trust it. So again, it's a prompt. It's not that it means that you have a data quality issue, but it just means that you should at least investigate. So start by looking for the most obvious reasons. And here I always say, like, when something like this comes up, you always start with, you have bad data or do you just have a bad assumption? Like, were those two numbers that you were expecting to match, should they actually match, or were they always intended to be representing two different things? And if you're suspicious about a result, like, why are you suspicious? Is there can you back it up with some sort of a hypothesis of why, what happened? Another thing to just double check is the data set actually built for your use case? Again, really common that people look at a piece of data and they just assume it fits what they were trying to use it for. So it's healthy to just question that a little bit. And again, this is, hopefully you work in a company where this is documented, that if something goes wrong with the data, people publish it, they announce it, they're like, hey, we know we have a pipeline issue, something broke, it's going to be out. So it's helpful to just gut check if that's an issue. The other way, if none of your obvious answers give you more insight, then it's really helpful to just start with your data lifecycle, but in the reverse order. So the reverse of what I shared earlier. And this helps us in picking, like, at which stage does the data get corrupt? So, you start with something, you can identify the specific stage at which things start going wrong. And when you identify that particular phase, then some of the sort of root causes that I had mentioned, like, those can be your starting points, that, okay, did this happen? Did this happen? And you start creating, you start identifying, like, what exactly happened at that phase. This is my sanity checklist. It's what journalists use to document crime stories. Data quality is a crime, so it totally applies. So you just start trying to document, like, what happened, where did it happen, when, the who, what, why. And it's actually really helpful, especially if you do this with other people. If you actually work together with other collaborators, you can start documenting some of these pieces, and you are more likely to come up with the real answer because you are all kind of aligning on what you know and what you don't know and still need to find out. That's our final sort of set, curing data quality issues. So like I mentioned in the previous slide, like, when you're working with other people, it actually makes it a lot easier to tackle quality issues, because data quality issues are not related to just the data team. As we've seen in the life cycle, product is involved, engineering is involved, marketing is involved, UX. Like, there are so many people who can give you real context to help you figure out what's going on. They can even help you identify when something is wrong. So it is a cross-functional effort where the more people you involve in figuring it out and in helping fix it, ultimately, if a company does not make data quality issues a priority, it is going to affect every other business function in the company as well. Just some very common scripts. So make sure, like, this is something that, I mean, again, if you're not in the data team, maybe you don't do it, but it can be something that you can support within your organization, that have ready-to-go scripts that compare volumes across sources. It's one of the quickest ways to identify when something doesn't match or something happened. Identify things that are missing, or if there's a duplication. Really easy scripts that just quickly highlight like what happened, and then you can try to figure out why it happened. One of the most common reasons to have dashboards for everything that you care about is to be able to quickly identify a trend visually, or maybe you have some sort of an alerting mechanism, but breaking it down by trends helps you quickly see, like, is this a problem for everything, or did just something go wrong with a particular region or something like that. Coding practices, again, this is just reminders that I hate doing anything twice. I will only do it once. And so insist on picking reusable modules. This way also you ensure that everybody in your company is doing the exact same thing. They're not creating their own process. Insist on documentation. If you are a leader in your company, you should make sure you reward everybody in your company where documentation is prioritized. Otherwise, it's job security for those people because they're not documenting anything. And so the information is in their head, and hence they can never be fired because they're the only person who knows what they did. So make sure that that is something that you incentivize. And alerts to your pipelines to identify issues early. So this is something that you can do it yourself. There's a lot of tools on the market that are specifically geared towards finding data quality issues and fixing it or highlighting it. So you can, I mean, depending on the size of your team, you can do this yourself or you can buy a solution. And last up, prevention is better than cure. So this is sort of my checklist of, again, the basics that you should be doing, documenting everything. If you are not maintaining something, archive it. Terminologies, or that famous alignment meeting, like make sure everybody's speaking the same language, everybody's actually talking about the same stuff, and it should be automated. Nobody should have this extra thing that they do themselves. Curated data sets, so every company has them. They're going to have at least a few for the very high level KPIs that a company cares about. So those should be simplified so that they can be reused in the right manner. And nowadays, I think a lot of companies are actually creating governance arm, like a data governance arm, again, if they have a large enough size. But even if it's not a full defined function, it should be an actual thing that everybody agrees on, that this is how we're going to govern our data. This is how we're going to say that it's, that it's good. And regardless of all of these things, you should still run an audit at regular intervals so that it's not just something that you kind of throw over the fence. Just some quick references that I used. You can look these up later if you want. And with that, thank you so much. Really appreciated everybody. And I will take some questions, but also just highlighting ways to get in touch with me. If you do add me on LinkedIn, which I heavily encourage, either do it today or include a note, because otherwise I have no idea who you are. So thank you so much, and we'll be taking some questions now.
Thank you so much. That was amazing. All right, if you have questions, make sure to throw them in the Slack. It's 200 OK is the channel. The first question is my funny question is, are you sure COVID doesn't cause data quality issues? Are you sure?
I'm still researching on that one, so
Okay,
still need
okay.
to run a few tests.
Yeah,
but
keep us updated. Keep us updated. The next question, which tools do you suggest using for identifying bad data, particularly in an automated fashion?
Ooh, great question. So there are quite a few out there. I have to give a disclaimer here. I'm also an angel investor, so I do invest in some data companies. So yeah, I don't think I'm going to mention any particularly, but I would say I know that Monte Carlo is actually one. I have not invested in them, so that's safe. And I know Big Eye is another one that also sort of automates it, like they use AI to figure out like where your data qualities are occurring. So those two, I would say, are pretty big on the market now.
Cool. What's an example where you've had to work with good enough data? That is data that's between bad and good. How did you decide which bad parts of the data were acceptable?
Every time I have worked on data, I consider it good enough. I think there's been very rare cases where I feel like I feel confident that it's like perfect data, that there's nothing wrong with it. So I would say my definition of sort of good enough is what am I using it for? What's the decision that I'm trying to take with that? And what's the worst thing that can happen if I get that decision wrong? So I think that helps define sort of the acceptable parameters of how much of an error rate can I actually live with?
The consequences made from the decisions
Exactly.
Okay.
And so I think that's helpful to sort of just keep in mind.
Perfect. Someone's still typing, so I know that I think there might be one more question. Sure. But I will have them message you on LinkedIn.
Sounds good.
For everyone that's in the audience virtually, we are going to be back in about 15 minutes for our next talk. And for everyone in person, remember the other side allows you to chit-chat if you're interested in that. There's also some swag over there. Make sure to check it out. There's stickers that have like our previous 200 OK years, which I'm pretty happy with. So definitely check it out, and we'll see you in a few minutes.
Awesome. Thank you.
Oh, thanks you again.
I know. That's why I just went. Oh, sorry. Mine. Sorry. I knew about it.
Hello, hello. Yeah. Hello.
All right, everyone, if you could make it to the back to the stage, we're going to get started here in just a minute. Hey, Eric, can you whistle? Hey, Eric, can you whistle? All right, hey, everyone, we're going to get started here in just a second. If you can make it back to the stage. Just desperately trying. What? Yeah, I'm not loud enough? Yeah. Hey, everyone, if you can make it back to the stage, we're going to get started here in just 1 minute. Make it back to the stage. All right, we're getting started. Back to your seats. Or go to the other side. Conference is starting. Hey, everybody, we're going to get started right now. All right. Again, thank you, Shelby. That was a fantastic talk. If you have any more questions for Slack for any of our speakers, just drop them in there and we'll get them to them. They can answer them async. All right. Our next, I skipped over the one thing I meant to talk. Pop back. So reminder, Lightning Talks, sign up. They're actually right back here now, right behind you in the main stage, right off the main stage. If you have a talk idea, it's low pressure, no slides, or slides if you want them, whatever you want to do between now and then. But pitch it up there. We'll give it some votes and plus ones. Excited to have that happen. And then reminder to put your name into the drawing. I don't know where the bucket is, but find one of the volunteers. They'll get you right there, and we'll do drawings here at the end. And then one quick reminder, I don't have a slide for it, and that is at 5, the after party is going to be at Welltown Brewing. So that's just 2 doors down. So awesome. All right, so our next speaker is Jenny. Jenny is a lover of donuts and is the lead operations as well as developer relations at Stately. She currently resides in Orlando and finds joy in helping others by sharing her knowledge on state management and other collaborative tools. Everybody, let's give it up for Jenny.
Hello. Hi again. Awesome. You all can hear me now. Great. So, show of hands, who here has heard of state machines or state charts or familiar with it? Awesome. That's amazing. So, for those of you that aren't familiar with what state machines are, it's a great way to model out your application logic, and it's like a visual way. Basically, just look through all the different states of like how the application works. And so for those of you unfamiliar, or maybe you are familiar but you don't really remember how exactly to make a state machine, I'm going to go over some terms to get you more familiar, and it'll be less intimidating. First, we have an initial state. With every process and every machine, you always have to start somewhere. So the initial state is represented by a dot and an arrow extending from the dot, pointing to the first state of where the machine is going to begin. Then you have to understand that within every state, they are all finite states. You can only be in one state at a time. So I can either be awake or asleep. Next, we have events and transitions. So events are the text in between the arrows that it basically describes what is happening. And then the arrows are called transitions. So in order to transition from awake to asleep, I have to be exhausted enough to be able to fall asleep. And same thing when you're asleep and you want to transition to awake, something has to make you wake up, whether it's natural, like shake of the body, you wake up, or an alarm goes off. Then we have actions. Actions, you can think of them like side effects. So actions are things that happen because of the transition. When you see, like let's say we start at awake, in the event that I'm exhausted and I do transition to sleep, the action of that event causing me to sleep as I'm falling asleep, when I transition to sleep, my heart rate will decrease. And same thing with being asleep. In the event the alarm goes off, my heart rate will increase as I wake. Next, we have guarded transitions. Guarded transitions will only happen if the condition is true. So think of this as like if-else statements when you're writing code. These are represented by the square brackets after the event. So it's the text within the bracket after the event. Then we have parent and child state. So within a sleep, you have different cycles that you go through, NREM and REM. REM stands for non-rapid eye movement. So you initially start when you're asleep. You initially start in an NREM state. The first state of NREM, because with child state, within the parent state, it's basically how you can only be in the child state if the parent state is active. So within the first state of sleep, you're in a light mode of sleep that you can be easily awakened. This usually lasts from 5 to 7 minutes. And then you'll get to the next state of NREM, which is the second stage. There's not really a term that we can call that because it's just mainly the either NREM or REM cycles. But within the second stage of sleep, this is where you spend most of your sleep. Your brain here is slowly shutting down all the organs. You fall into a deeper sleep, and this is gonna last maybe up to 25 minutes on the first time you go through this state. By the time 24 minutes pass, you'll get into a very, very deep sleep, which is the stage 3 of NREM. This is where it's really hard for you to feel awake, but this is also where your brain starts picking back up movement and like not actual physical movement, but like blood starts flowing up to your brain, so then you can transition out of NREM into REM. REM is where you do most of your dreaming or sleepwalking, or sometimes it's such vivid dreams that you'll have that you'll end up waking up because your body will naturally like get out of that sleep and make you like temporarily paralyzed. It's called like a paradoxical sleep if you don't want to call it REM. And then once you're done with REM, it usually lasts up to 90 to 120 minutes is one whole REM cycle. That's when you should feel more refreshed if you were to wake up after one cycle. But the more cycles that you go through, the better it is for your body and your brain to feel refreshed. Next, we have parallel states. This is my absolute favorite term because I relate to parallel states with donuts. So let's say you're going to a donut shop, you enter, and you're like, oh my gosh, amazing, this is like heaven. I get to order any kind of donut that I want. But then you look at the menu, and there's so many toppings. And you get overwhelmed, and you're like, okay, maybe I don't need a donut right now because there's a lot going on. But to simplify it, you can just think of picking your custom or favorite donut in parallel states. You pick the dough, whether it's cake, yeast, flour, or croissant, and then you pick your toppings if you want toppings, or glaze or no glaze, or even any type of filling. My personal favorite donut is a strawberry glazed Bavarian cream donut. Not too complex, but just complex enough. And so with parallel states, you can think of being in a combination of states of like the child states of the parent state. So if you want to relate it back to your brain, you can think of the different lobes in your brain, the frontal lobe, temporal lobe, all those work in parallel while you are awake. Then we have the history state. So let's say I ordered my strawberry glazed Bavarian cream, and it's a cake dough donut, right? I take it home, I start the process of eating it, And then my phone rings, and I pick up, and they're trying to sell me car insurance. And I'm like, I sold my car, so I actually don't need the car insurance, thanks. And then you're like, wait, what was I doing before? You hung up the phone, you're like, what was I doing before this? The history state helps remind me to go back to eating my donut. And as I'm eating the donut, let's say maybe the doorbell rings, and I'm not done. I have like one bite left, and I decide, you know what, I'll just stop here, answer the door, it's an Amazon package, and it's important enough where I should bring it inside. And then I go in and I forget what I'm doing. History state, again, will take me back to where I previously was in that process. Then we have the final state. This is where your processes end. This is where you no longer need to proceed on like any events within this machine, because this is like the last step and it's complete. So to represent what a final state is within a machine is there's a surrounding border icon within the state that represents the final state. And then going back to the history state, I forgot to mention, you can see where the H is with the border around it. That's how you represent a history state within a state. And so why is the final state important? Because it reminds us that this is end. And so once this is complete, we can move on to the next or the next task. But with my experience and working COVID and working at home, you kind of forget to end your tasks or end your day at a specific time. And so with working from home, I personally don't have like a strict time where I just completely shut off and like separate my work and my life balance. And then that makes me stressed. And something I wanted to mention is that, in case you didn't know, stress and burnout are two complete different things. I want you to understand that, yes, stress may be viewed as like a bad thing, but maybe I can change your perspective that stress could actually be a positive thing too. So stress, in my eyes, is like a survival mechanism. So stress for the brain and the body is kind of like a fight or flight response, where it helps us become hyperactive in the moment, more attentive, more aware of what is going on, so then we can solve the problem, right? Stress over a long period of time will cause a physical toll on us. And then eventually, if you keep stressing for a long period of time, you'll eventually get to some type of depressive or anxious state where you don't know how to get out of it. And that's where I want to talk about burnout. Stress is a factor of how you can become burnout, but I want you to understand burnout is mainly work related. So I'm going to walk back over so then you can see this slide. You can have stress without burnout, but you cannot have burnout without stress. That's a really powerful statement. I really want you all to remember that, because people confuse the two all the time. And so here I am talking about burnout and stress, and it can get super confusing. And you're probably asking me, how do I know if I'm burnt out, or how do I know if I'm stressed? Well, from my research and understanding, when you're burnt out, you start thinking things like, oh man, I really should, it's lunchtime, I really should finish the task, and I really want to eat lunch, but I probably should finish like all these different things that I was promised my team to do by the end of the day. Or maybe you think, oh, I wish that I could sleep, but all this work is causing me to have some type of insomnia, and like I can't sleep anymore, and like I'm so stressed. Or maybe you just feel guilty for doing the common things that you used to do in life, the things that you used to enjoy. That is a sign of burnout. When you feel that guilt, when you feel like you can't take a shower because you can't take a break from like solving this problem that you've been trying to finish for like a week now, or even if it's the same day, it's just that overlong like stress in an overlong period of time where you have no way of getting to the end goal. You have this idea like, okay, I should be able to fix it, but you don't know what exactly the end goal is. That's what burnout is. And so that leads me to how important it is to be self-aware. When you recognize how you're feeling, you start recognizing, okay, well, I'm in this state, or I'm in this state. And like when you think of states and transitions, you're able to put yourself in a better place. if that makes sense. Or you will, you just got to start somewhere. You recognize, like, right now, I'm hungry. It's early in the morning. I couldn't eat because I was nervous, so I just decided to fast. And so with realizing that, you become honest with yourself and you can reflect that. And then you, in the back of your mind, end up respecting yourself more. You got to work on one thing at a time. And burnout, you have to remember also, burnout is not just that prolonged period of stress that you're putting on yourself. It's what that stress is costing you. It's me not eating the food and getting the energy. It's me not sleeping because of the anxiety of, like, my coworkers judging me. That's burnout. And so now that we started getting an idea of what burnout is, I'm going to tell you about this German-American psychologist. His name is Dr. Herbert Freudenberger. He was the one that actually discovered and defined the term of burnout, which, in his words, is described as the consequences of severe stress and high ideals in helping professions. And you're probably thinking, helping professions? I'm a developer, I'm in tech, like, how is that a helping profession? Well, you're building tools to make life easier, whether it's for you or for other people. So yes, you are in a helping profession. And yes, you are probably overworking yourself if you're working in open source, or if you're just trying to make things better, but, like, have no end goal in sight of, like, how it's going to be affecting those around you. So instead of going through all the different states of burnout, which there's actually 12, I'm just going to go through the most 5 common states of what people experience in burnout. And it starts in the honeymoon phase. So with honeymoon, this initial state of burnout starts where you feel so excited, you just got this position, or maybe you just got into a role where you love the idea of, like, the job and the mission and the company, and you want to accomplish all these different things, right? You want to say yes to everything, and you want to just be, like, the best performer, the top performer, because this is exactly what you've been wanting for a long time. And you're happy, you're genuinely really happy and excited. Well, that excitement and that optimism that makes you take on more tasks and put more workload on yourself will lead you to some type of stress. And that stress is going to make you overwhelmed. You're going to start having difficulty managing all of your time and your 8 hours that you're working during that day. And then you're going to become irritable. And you're going to be anxious, like, oh my gosh, it's almost 5 p.m. Like, I can't finish this today. And your sense of time, you lose that. That leads you to a more chronic stress state where it's extended, and it's the end of the week now, it's Friday, you're dreading that Monday's around the corner, even though it's only Friday, and you should be enjoying the weekend. This chronic stress causes you to physically, like, have what do you say it? You basically just, your body starts slowly losing that energy and willingness to, like, get up in the morning and wanting to perform. So this is getting really bad, right? So within these common 5 states of burnout, this is where you start initially realizing, or at least you don't mentally realize it, but your body's realizing you're getting out. The initial burnout state is where you just become negative and cynical, and you don't want to spend time with people, you lack joy, and then you don't want to be around anyone except for work. And unfortunately, the work is what's causing you to burn out, but you don't realize it because you're still so passionate. You love your job, you love what you just got hired to do. And you are declining in performance because you're not mentally there anymore. You might think you are because you're forcing yourself to focus, but you're not mentally there. And so if you keep this up, you will transition to a habitual burnout where you'll wake up and you're like, oh my gosh, no, another day. Whether it's Monday or Friday or Sunday even, like, you are just dreading the whole day because all you can think about is work. And this is, any state of burnout is actually detrimental to your health, whether it's optimistic or pessimistic. It's just the fact that you're in any state of burnout and you don't know how to manage your time and you don't know how to affect yourself and your priorities, that's detrimental. So now that we understand what the 5 common states of burnout are, we can start some type of recovery framework. And you can do this in any order, but all you really have to do is start. So we're going to start with mental distance. You're probably wondering, what's mental distance? Well, this is where you set your priorities and you place yourself as a priority. So when I said priorities, I never put myself up there because I never thought of myself as priority. But that's where self-awareness comes into play. And you think, okay, you know what? I need to put some me time on the calendar. I need to put me first. Because if you are always giving, you'll get to a point where you have no energy and you don't have anything else to give. And that leads me to the expectation. We grow up around society and social media telling us there's some type of unrealistic expectation to live up to. Waking up every day, meeting people, smiling, and saying, how are you? I'm good. Okay, great. You know, one day, ask yourself how you're doing. Sit in the moment. Look in the mirror if you want to. And answer the question honestly. Like, are you okay? Sometimes yes, sometimes no. And that's okay. It's the fact that you acknowledge it. When you put yourself as priority and you acknowledge all the things that you're doing, you'll be able to become more confident. So within this next recovery framework, you can start building your confidence by patting yourself on the back, telling yourself you did a good job. You completed a task, congratulate yourself for it. Go celebrate, go jump for joy and frolic in the fields. I don't know, whatever you want to do, but celebrate that and everything that you do, because that's how you start getting out of like whatever state of burnout that you might, you know what, you might not even think you're in a burnout state. I didn't think I was, but when you realize you are stressed and you don't know what your end goal is, that's when you're like, oh, maybe I could be burnt out. And with building confidence, you have to put the boundaries down. The boundaries help you understand your productivity rate. So sure, you can be productive for 1 whole hour, maybe even 2. But after that, when you're crunching and you're cramming, trying to get all these things done and making that PR, you need to give yourself a break. Because if you keep doing that over time, it's not healthy. And by giving yourself a break, you're being kind to yourself. You're letting your brain and your body know, like, okay, I was highly productive already. Like, I'm so grateful that I was able to accomplish that, but now I need to like take a breather and just recalibrate like what I'm gonna do for the rest of the day and what tasks I can actually complete. Those boundaries need to be put up so then you don't overwhelm yourself again. And that leads me to emotional exhaustion. Did you know there's 7 types of rest? I found out a couple months ago when I was researching how to transition out of burnout. There's a professor, her name is Dr. Sandra Dalton Smith. She wrote a book, she wrote a bunch of articles and docs about how there's actually 7 areas of rest that you can explore, and as humans, we will absolutely be deficit in at least one of them. I feel like I'm deficit in like 50% of them, but you know, once you find out more about yourself, become more aware, then you'll be able to discover where your deficits are and what you can work on to improve you. And when you improve you, you improve your performance. These are 7 areas of rest. We're going to go through each and every one of them and maybe a couple of exercises to suggest that you can try, but you can also look them up yourself and see what you're comfortable with. You don't have to start with all of them. Start somewhere random, like I did. I roll a dice and I'm like, okay, we're going to start with number 5, and maybe that's physical rest. Within physical rest, you have passive and active rest. Passive rest is when you're and you try to go through as many REM cycles as possible, because NREM and REM, I put them all together for simplicity, but the more NREM and REM complete cycles that you do, the more refreshed you'll feel. So sure, maybe you take a power nap, an hour long, and you'll feel refreshed. that's because you went through one complete cycle, but your body and your organs, your brain have not completely healed yet. They haven't regained like the type of rehabilitation that like you actually needed. You're just tricking yourself into doing that. And maybe short term, that's fine, but it's not healthy long term. Active rest is where you're stretching, you're getting massages, going for like a long walk, and that gets to a different type of rest. But next we're going to talk about mental rest. This is where you're constantly trying to solve a problem. So when you're actively trying to figure out a solution or whatnot, you're creating so much mental deficit that in order to get some mental rest, you should probably do a complete, like a grocery list and like go buy and look, and I don't know what I'm saying, sorry. So you should probably go grab a grocery list or like some errands that you have to do, go do that, because it's set things and goals for you that you can just do and check off lists and tick it off. You can bake a cake or go cook dinner or lunch, and that itself is like the action of not actually trying to solve a problem. You're just doing the action of like what a muscle memory can help you accomplish. You can even meditate. That's a nice mental rest. Next, we have social rest. So let's say you spend time at the conference, you're talking to everybody, you're networking, and you just get so much energy from people. But then maybe after halfway through the day, you become super drained and you're like, oh, how am I supposed to do this for the rest of the day? Try taking 5 minutes, if not 10 minutes, to do some social rest where you just sit in a room by yourself, you're quiet, and you don't have to talk to anyone, and put in that energy and that effort. And it's okay if you do that. We're human. We can only operate at whatever capacity that we are currently. And so that also leads me to spiritual rest, which is volunteering of any form. Basically, what you're trying to do is you're putting your services out into a community or people around you that have less than you that you can help, whether it's faith-based or if it's just something that you've been wanting to do, like volunteer and work at a library. That's something that I did, and I just wanted to give books to people because libraries are scary. Like I used to, I still do. There are so many books, and there's a way to organize them, but I don't know how to organize them. But once you get the hang of it and you're able to navigate around, it's less intimidating. Same thing with state mission. Next, we have sensory rest. So this is where you could take a break from your phone or your laptop, just close it, go in a dark room, try to breathe, relax, maybe even take a bubble bath and smell some lavender while you're at it, have a glass of wine while you're soaking. That's something that I enjoy doing, and that's a really good sensory rest. And then there's creative rest, which is putting yourself outside of your norm. Go for a walk and maybe visit a museum or a library, watch some documentaries if the weather is bad. Do something where it helps you like explore a different thing that you're not usually used to. Lastly, we have emotional rest. So emotional rest is where you can be the most authentic self, most honest. I found this really difficult, but when I started thinking about ways that I have practiced emotional rest in the past, for example, I used to be a cosmetologist before I got into tech, and I used to have to greet clients with a smile every time, welcome them into the salon, tell them I can do their whatever they want, whatever services that they prefer, and do it at the best that I can, and hopefully they like it. But over time, you're exhausted to the point where you can't lie to them anymore, and then you feel guilty. You don't want to get to that burnout point, so why not just be honest, surround yourself around people that you are completely comfortable with. Be honest and say like, hey, I can't, for example, with this client, I can't actually do the things that you're asking me to do, so I have 2 options for you. We can ask another technician, or we can have another salon service. And in the end, it's something that you're doing for yourself, respecting yourself, your boundaries, and their expectations. And so, sure, people could be upset in the moment, but that's how they choose to react. It has nothing to do with you. So now that we've gone over the 7 types of rest, you can these are parallel states. you know, because they're all dotted. All the different states have a dotted border around them. And when I say parallel states, that means you can choose different child states that you can be active in at one time. So what I've done in the past, after I've tried out a fun example of every single type of rest, is I picked 2 randomly. So creative and let's say emotional. No, yeah, creative and emotional. So a creative rest that I tied into an exercise was I picked random things around my house or kitchen. I put them in a Ziploc bag. I mix them up. So let's say I pick 3 things. I just grab something, put it in a Ziploc bag, whether it's Legos or cooking utensils or socks. I put them in a bag and I blindfold myself. I sit and I try to guess what they are. And I just throw them in random places, or maybe I have someone else hide them. And I go looking around the house, and that gives me an opportunity to have a creative, emotional rest. I make it a game at that point, and it becomes fun. And then you feel refreshed afterwards because you're not using your critical thinking brain for like prolonged periods of time, or maybe you're just resting in different areas. And by being able to discover which type of rest you're deficit in, you're able to help yourself perform better. And that leads me to, how does self-awareness help us build better apps, right? Weird question. You don't really get asked that. Well, when you become more self-aware, you become more confident in the choices that you make. You become more respectful to yourself. And this leads you to wanting to communicate others the way you want treated, right? So sure, your boss is asking you to do these things for them, but it's 4:59 p.m. You don't want to stay out after late. You don't want to have to spend the rest of your evening trying to complete a task where they could have asked you to do it at noon that day. So by being aware that you don't want to continue working after 5 p.m. or realizing that, this is a boundary. I used to do this before, but this is something new that I need to put out there, so then it's respected, so then I feel respected. You can just respectfully tell them, I'm sorry, it's 5 p.m. I'll try to look over this at 9 a.m. the following workday. And once you create that boundary, it gets easier from there. Those expectations are set for the next time they decide to ask you at 4:59 p.m. if you complete something. And so that collaboration leads us to working together and being able to see how other people are with, how well you work with others. So with collaboration, if you're performing at your optimal, but then you see one of your coworkers not working at the best rate, maybe you can work together to see how you can improve each other and lift each other up, because in the end, community is everything. And without a community, we wouldn't be here today. I want you all to try to consider thinking in terms of state positions, whether or not it's just within yourself or it's at work. But by doing so, you can become your own boss by declaring, okay, after 4 p.m., I'm not taking meetings. I'm strictly not taking meetings, and that will help other people not take meetings after 4 p.m. by putting up those boundaries, having them respect that. And so that leads me to, how are collaborative tools going to help you? Well, these are some collaborative tools that we use at stately.ai. And Notion is like a shared doc journaling platform that you can use with your coworkers, so then you're all on the same page visually. And so that's one way to work with. Or maybe there's FigJam or TLDraw, where it's like a whiteboard, a shared whiteboard, where you all can go on there. And you can basically draw and put your ideas out there and maybe hop on a Zoom call. You don't have to share your screen or anything, because it's all shown there in one place. And it's all live, live. And then we have Stately.ai, which you saw the state machines before. Those were created in the Stately Studio. And if you wanted to maybe test and play around with some logic, whether it's your brain or applications, you can go to state.new or Stately.ai, jump into the studio and just start building applications. And I like doing that because if I'm trying to build something quick to work, the studio and those workflow, those diagrams are all code, like they output code for you. You can export them in JSON, TypeScript, or JavaScript, but that's one of the reasons why I love working at Stately.ai, even though it's a startup. We're only 9 people, and yes, typically if you work at a startup, you will get burnt out, but because of this new culture that we're trying to create, it really starts with you. You are defining how the generation that you are in and the generation after you are working. So if you notice that you're not productive at the rate that you were a couple days ago or even this morning, take some time to explore the different types of rest. Take some time to do things that you enjoy so that you don't lose the human side of being alive. And with that said, if you have any questions for me or you want to connect, I'm going to post slides online at Notice. You can connect with me on Twitter at Jen, JEN_AYY_, the Forrest Gump reference. But yeah, you can connect with me on there. I'm also on LinkedIn, and feel free to chat with me at the conference if you're here. Thank you so much for having me.
Jenny, thank you so much. We've got a couple questions from the Slack. The first one was, how can we tell the difference between
No worries.
between burnout and laziness?
So, with laziness, once you recognize that you just don't want to do it, you can be honest with yourself, like, I'm not motivated to do this. The self-awareness really helps us understand more of us. So whether you want to solve which state of burnout you're in, or maybe what mental state you might be in, try just thinking like, okay, ask yourself, is this true? Is this true that this task cannot be completed? Yes or no. In the case that it's no, and you know how to complete it, you can ask yourself, is it true that I can do this task? And then you go on from there, like, okay, yes, I can do this task. Is it true that I want to do this task now? No or yes. And then if you answer yes, then it's obviously the lazy part of you not wanting to complete that task now. But then you got to be more exploratory and ask, like, why don't I want to do the task now? Or what is it that's preventing me from taking the action on completing that task? So the self-awareness really helps on this journey to transition you in and out of different states. Hopefully that answers the question.
Oh yeah, that. Any questions from the audience right now?
And feel free to find me throughout the conference, connect on social media. I just created a Blue Sky if any of you are into that. And yeah, I'm happy to answer questions, whether it's state machines, mental health, or even collaborative tools.
Oh, apologies. We have one more. Thank you. I'll ask it here. Or
yeah.
Can you just repeat the question?
Yeah, so the question was, what's the initial state in the chicken life cycle? Chicken or the egg? It depends on your perspective of life. Are you awake or are you asleep when you first start?
Awesome. Well, thank you again, Jenny, so much. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, everyone.
We'll be starting back up in about 18 minutes.
All right, everybody, we're going to get started. If you want to make your way back over to your chairs, make your way back over to your chairs. All right, make it all the way back to your chairs. Back to your chairs. All right, circling up. All right, the next talk is starting. All right, everybody, welcome back. Everybody, give it up one more time for Jenny. That was fantastic. All right, so we have a couple more announcements, reminders, and then we'll get started on the next talk. Again, if you haven't signed up for Lightning Talk, do so right over here. And +1 what you like. Again, also, if you haven't put your name in for a drawing at the end of the thing, get on that. Get some sweet gift card action. And then finally, this is going to be our last talk before lunch. We'll do a quick recap right after the talk, but one reminder of kind of the schedule we're on. All right, our next speaker is Ed Schaefer. Ed is a positive and programmatic leader who applies lean and agile approaches to leadership, culture, change, strategy, systems, product, and design. He works with individuals, teams, and leaders across the organization to deliver better value sooner, safer, and happier. As a business agility and product coach, he's facilitated hundreds of workshops, meetings, coached dozens of teams, individuals, and experimented with countless ways of working. He's an organizer of the Tulsa Agile Practitioners and Agile Denver Kanban community of practice meetup. Everybody give it up for Ed.
Make sure this is working. Can you hear me all right? Good on volume? We're going to get this set up. How's everybody doing so far? Thanks to our first. So for my intro slide, I managed map. Oh, am I? Okay, I'll talk a little closer. All right, so this is my personal map. If you see anything on here that's interesting to you, that's not related to software, or even if it is and you want to talk to me later about it, feel free to reach out. This should pretty good sense of who I am on shot. So I used to work for a really long time for 300 financial institution, and I worked in their compliance legal services tech department. And we had a lot of software problems with different stakeholders who work in different domain space. And there was a lot of confusion that was in that confusion between terms. There was confusion about what was actually in the software. There was confusion about what was in the software and how that tied to the data that was in the database. And it really created a lot of problems. I relate heavily to talk because I and most people I worked with felt stressed and burnt out a lot of the time, trying to figure out what was happening in this software and what our stakeholders talk, what problems. It looked a lot like this. This is a drawing that a guy named Alberto Brandolini created, and he's big in the driven design community. And I think this really clearly represents the problem that I was facing, and that probably a lot of us are facing, right? Is we have information, but we don't have all of it. We have bits and pieces of it. There's certain who understand it better than others. There's certain people who think they understand it, but then they disagree with someone else who thinks they understand it. We're missing big pieces of information. And as a result, when this happens, we deliver slowly and we deliver poorly, right? What we actually get out, not as good as. And this problem seems like something that we should have solved, right? We had lots of tools at our disposal and lots of knowledge that we could use. We had tools that would help us manage the work and the culture and the mindset, because we were going through an agile transformation. We could do Scrum, we could do Kanban, we could even take things pay for other. That's great. It doesn't help us solve this problem of not getting talking past each other in meetings, using the wrong terminology, or not in our code. We had other tools that helped us with code quality, right? We had extreme programming, driven development, behavior-driven development, clean code, refactoring, patterns, all sorts of stuff. Well, that helped us with make code development, but it still help us solve that problem of not understanding each other when we're talking about problems in meetings, trying to work the problem. And we had DevOps, kind of. I mean, this was early to us. We did have some semblance of type. We had DevOps about systems and shit, but this still didn't. This is really tech operation. Well, what about product ownership, right? I have a lot of. That seems like a great set of probably help. Product management tools, they custom value and the priorities, but they still don't get us to that point where what our stock is what we build code. So I was looking for options. This problem that ultimately what I domain-driven design. Fortunate enough at the time there was a domain-driven design meetup in town. Started going. Got to learn great. Even a domain-driven design conference that was happening. First meetup. There was. What I learned about domain-driven that it gives us tech, help build domain knowledge, help argue with examples, and it helps to understand words that are being used by our. It's not really a thing that you do. Test-driven development, where we follow these. Not like Scrum, where we have a framework. Really a way of thinking about software. So some of you here may have read this book. This is the Blue Book from Eric Evans. This is kind of the original Blue Book driven design. And a lot of people reference. And if you've read this, you might talk about these things. And the answer is no. Because first, this is a non-technical introduction to domain-driven design, and these are all technical concepts, patterns, and things that we do in the software. These are not part of domain-driven design. These practices are not what makes domain-driven design useful. Part of domain-driven design is fuzzy. Fuzzy language that we're trying to work through and understand better. But also, domain-driven design itself is fuzzy because it depends where we're working, what we're doing, on how we solve problems when we think. So for people who've never heard of domain-driven design, you're, okay, well, what is it? Well, I've simplified it down to these three core. I would domain-driven design is an approach to the development of software in which we focus on the core domain and the domain context. We explore using models, and that means that we collaboratively and develop creative with software and domain experts, and then we base. Last is that we use ubiquitous, not just using ubiquitous languages, develop and using within our. So let's explore these areas and try to understand them a little bit better. So the first one I said was we focus on core domain. And I think what is behind this concept is this question: why does context? So context is the setting in which a word or statement that determines its meaning. Statements about a model can only be understood in context. So what does that look like? Well, this is no context. Read this. I'm not going to read it out loud. That might give it away. But I want you to get a picture in your head of what it is I want you to bring. All right, now what if I told you we were at a conference? Does that change the picture you had in your head? What if I told you we were at a restaurant? How about that? Two different contexts, same language means two completely different things. Let's look at another one. Open the chest. What do you think? You have a picture? Well, if I told you we're pirates or we're cleaning out a storage unit, pretty easy guess, right? Probably think it's something like this. But if I told you we were surgeons, that completely changes things. Again, the same word, different meaning. So context matters. So if I said the bar, no context, you don't know what I'm going to put up. But if I told you we were going to go get drinks, you know what I mean. If I said my friend has a daughter in a ballet class, you know what we're talking about. If I said we're at a bank or at a candy store, if I said I was a law student, might mean the bar exam. If I said I was a steelworker, you're meaning that. If we were in Florida, if we were in court, if we were in the military, or maybe we work in a clothing. We know when you have that context, you know what that word means. But having context isn't always enough. Because what happens in software? If I said, I want you to edit the bar. There's like 6 or 8 different types of bars on here. We've got menu bars, title bars, scroll bars, status bars. The context isn't always enough. And we encounter this all the time in software, right? Maybe you have a sales context and a support context that you work with. They both and they both work with product. But in a sales context, a customer is someone we're trying to sell to. And in a support context, a customer is one we've already sold to. Sales context, product, something. In a support context, it's something we're trying to support. So how do we solve this problem? Domain-driven design has terms that can help. The main one is domain. So a domain is a sphere of knowledge. And in most contexts, it's going to mean a company's overall. So Netflix, their entertainment. Amazon, their original domain was, but now they have multiple domains, cloud computing, and others. A domain consists of subdomains. It's always going to be multiple subdomains. Each subdomain represents a different part of the business. Subdomains by themselves aren't enough for a company to succeed, but they add up to the company's business domain, their overall. Now you might be looking at this and saying, great, that's useful terminology, but how do we group things together? How do we decide what's our domain and what's subdomain? How do we group concepts? This is a great visualization by a guy named Nick Toon, somebody I learned a lot of domain-driven design. And I said it was fuzzy earlier, and the reason it's fuzzy is because it depends. It depends on what's important and what you want to pay attention to. So with these different shapes, maybe we group them by shape. We want all the triangles together, all the circles, and all the squares. Or maybe we want the same colors. Or in this last example, maybe everything needs to be different. There's no right way to group a domain or a subdomain. It's just how we do it in the context that we're working that helps us to eliminate fuzz. So I wanted to give sort of a practical example, but contextual. Thought, hey, pizza. Everybody's familiar with pizza, right? So let's focus on our context. We have a pizza restaurant. That's our domain. That's our pizza. What are our subdomains? We have a whole lot of things that we do. So let's look. What are our subdomains and our domain boundary? Well, maybe we say it's this. I don't know. This is just a first pass. This might not be right. If I worked with people who were focused on their core domain of a, they might correct me. But this gives us a sense of all the things that make up our pizza place. But what's our core domain? Anything related to making and pizza? Let's take a look. We've got, I think there's maybe 4 in this context that are most important for us to look at. It might be the dining area. They've got their own context. Inventory, they have their own context. The kitchen has a context, and delivery has a context. And in each of those contexts, they have the concept of a customer and the concept of an order. But they mean slightly different things in each of those. So knowing that this is our core domain, let's reorganize subdomains a little bit just to help us. So I kind of grouped them together, and I put our core domain more towards the center. And then domain-driven design has this concept called a bounded context. You may have heard before, and again, it's fuzzy. But generally, what we mean with bounded context is a subsystem that connects multiple subdomains within our domain. So we might say, maybe we say that a pizza is a bounded context because we have a conveyor belt style oven, and it goes from the pizza construction area to the box order prep. Great. What other bounded context might we need to worry about? Well, maybe our wait. People are actually managing the dining area based from where the orders end or whether they're ready to the dining area. And there's probably other places as well, but this seems to be the main area we want to focus on. Maybe we say delivery driver are another type of bounded context because they're going to come and get the pizzas and then drive off, deliver them to somebody's house. That's outside of kind of our normal boundary. We don't normally go to house. And we have a bunch of other bounded contexts too. These are supporting bounded contexts. You might have an inventory management system, content management system, an order management. And these all can give us an idea of what systems we have or what systems we might need. The thing about domains and subdomains and bounded context, they don't always need to be just inside of your organization. So maybe there's a new app out. They do food delivery. Not only do they do food delivery, they'll take some of this other stuff off our plate too. We don't really want to deal with marketing. We don't really want to deal with managing online ordering, and we don't really want to deal with delivery. Those aren't our core domain. They're not what we're great at. So maybe we manage this. Now we have a bounded context between us, this pizza delivery app company. Now pizza delivery for them, that's their whole domain. They might have us. They still have employees and payroll and things like that. But now we get rid of a bunch of things that we don't want to take care of or we don't want to deal with because they're not our domain. They're not what we specialize in. We let someone else have that focus. So I hope that helps you understand context, domains, subdomains, domain boundaries. That's focusing on the core domain. Let's take a look at exploring using models. I think the question behind this is, what are models and how do we use them? So a model is just a system of abstractions that describes selected aspects of a domain and can be used to solve problems related to that domain. Is this the world? No, right? Just a model of the world. Represents the world. This model accurate and useful? Depends on the context. If I'm a student who's learning geography, this is probably a really useful model. It helps me see where things are relative to one another. It gives me a shape of Earth. They're related. But if I'm sailing on a ship, or if I'm mining for precious, this model is not going to be very. How about this one? This is the Mercator projection map. So this isn't real. It's just a model. Is it useful? Heard about this model before. You may know that Greenland is not actually bigger than Africa. So this model is not an accurate representation of what Earth looks like, but it can be useful because this map, if you're navigating with a compass, this is going to be a useful model for you to figure out where you're going and how to get there. Because this is accurate with. So if we know that, we know our context, and we know where this model is useful, we can decide when we use it, when we don't. Now, the thing about models is sometimes it takes a bunch of models to represent something that's complex or something that we're trying to understand. None of these are real. None of these are human or human bodies. They're just lots of different models representing parts. We've got organs, nervous system, cardiovascular, muscles. For a doctor, he might only need one of these. He might need two of them. Or someone might need all of them to do the work they do when dealing with the body. Not enough. Just have the model of the organs. You might need the nervous system too. And when we build, it takes a lot type of model. There's a land survey, architectural design. We have a blueprint, wiring diagram, plumbing diagram, many more. All of those things have to come together to actually build. You can't just take one of those models from it. One of the things to keep in mind about models is all models are wrong, but some are useful. This is one of my favorite quotes. You've seen me talk before. You might have seen this quote before. This is from George Locke. He was a British statistician. And all models are wrong. We just saw they're limited, but they can be useful. If you've seen this quote before, something that left off a lot of the quote continues, and he basically says us to learn how a model is useful, and more importantly, we need to know how the model is, and specifically how it's, so that we can mentally for those gaps in the model. So there's a ton of models that we use all the time in software development. These are just some. These are ones I picked from that are from the world of domain-driven design. Some of them you might use. Some of them you may have never seen. We've got onion architecture and UML, C4 diagrams, hexagonal architecture, sequence diagrams, event storming, to name a few. No one of these models is going to give you a complete picture of what your software does, how to build it, what stakeholders need. But if you use multiple of these and bring them together, suddenly you're looking. So going back to our pizza plate, what are some models that we might use at a pizza restaurant? Well, if you've ordered pizza online in the last 5 years, you've probably seen something like this. That's not a pizza. It's just a model of a pizza. But it helps us understand what we're actually getting and what it is that we're going to wind up. Gives us a visual instead of just. Here's another great model. What size is a large pizza? How many slices is it? Something like this, we get a much better sense of how a medium compares to a large, or how many slices we might get. So suddenly we understand the sizes of pizza better than we did before. I had to throw this in. This is Andolini's from in town. And I got a pizza from them, and I loved that they had this model right on the front of the box. If you get the giant 20-inch, they give you a model to show you that a 20-inch pizza is not the same as getting two 10-inch pizzas, and here's the math that we're going to show you. This is an awesome model. It tells me everything I need to know about how big this is going to be compared to other sizes of pizzas I've had, and it helps set my expectations. This might be more pizza than I thought it. So that's why we explore using models and how those can be helpful. Let's take a look at ubiquitous language. I think the question behind this is really, why do semantics matter? So words and language, we have to lots of communication, right? We have words, language, pictures, but we still often don't communicate very well. And there's an impact when our language doesn't clearly communicate intent. So ubiquitous language that's structured around the domain model, used by all team members within a bounded context to connect all the activities of the team with that. So let's see what happens when we have words, but we don't know the intent. You might get a sign like this. I know what all these words mean. And most of the order makes, but N doesn't. So I understand the words, but I don't know what the intent of this sign really was. What about this? Elevator is out of service. Use the elevator. What do they mean? Do I use the elevator even though it's broken? Is there another elevator? I'm not sure. Maybe something's just missing here. Maybe. I might be being generous. Maybe this was a mistake. Someone just spaced out. Or maybe we don't know what they mean at all. Sandals only, strictly enforced. No pants allowed. I don't know where this is or what point they're trying to make. Maybe it's a pool. I'm just guessing. Now what happens on the flip side? Maybe we actually, underneath, we have the shared intent, but we don't have the same language. Bone jaw. It's French for hello. Bonjour. He didn't have the word. He knew the intent, but didn't have the right word to get that intent across. And this happens in business too. Do you lemonade? This is a print shop. They mean laminate. We're both on the same page. We know what they want. When we get past the miscommunication of the words, it's just the words that are holding us back. And I showed a bunch of examples, and you might be thinking, okay, there's some mistake. There's some dumb. This can have serious implications sometimes. What if you went to the doctor and you got a prescription and it said this? I would be pretty stressed out. Now, maybe the pharmacist should have caught this and not let it go through, or maybe but somebody who's not willing to go and ask or question what this means could have really negative ramifications of this. They don't know when to take it, take too much, could cause all sorts. And even when we know the context and we set up constraints that should make it really clear, mistakes still get. So maybe you want to go order a cake. And I just picked Costco's because I could find it online. And you fill out the cake, so you call in because you don't have a chance to go in, and someone's going to listen to what you say, and they're going to write down your order for you. And the key thing is the writing on the cake. All these other fields, you just and you're good to go. So what if we called in and we said, I want a cake that says best wishes Suzanne, and underneath that, we will miss you. So that's what they write down. And here's what we get. You might have seen these cake wrecks before. I think this is a great example. So clearly something was lost in translation from the person who wrote the request to the person who put it on the cake. Maybe we want it to say 35 with an exclamation point, and then I ask, can you draw a unicorn? We'd really like a unicorn on there. And the guy goes, I don't know. Maybe the person who decorates can. So I'll jot it down. Can you draw a unicorn? And you get this. Or maybe you want to make a joke cake, but you want it to say congratulations. But I want it to be as small as we can make it so they can barely read it. Congratulations as small as possible. And you come back with that. Now the thing is, we joke about this all the time in software. All the time. I hear people making jokes and showing images that joke constantly. You might have seen this one before. It's funny, but it's true. We miscommunicate all the time. We misunderstand each other and we build the wrong thing all the time. Or maybe you've seen this one before with the Mona Lisa. So it's a joke because it's true, because it happens to us all the time. So let's look at some examples of ubiquitous language in our pizza. And where are some of the areas that might help us to have ubiquitous language? Well, the first thing that came to mind for me was toppings. Have you ever encountered this? And this is actually from Andolini's. I was trying to find a good reference. They seemed good enough. They have 3 different types of pepperoni. If I don't know what what is cup and char? I know what it means because I called and asked them. But if you don't know what cup and char pepperoni is, you may not know what type of pepperoni to choose. Or sausage. Maybe you don't want hot sausage, or you don't want a spicy sausage. And this is what it says. How do you know what they mean? How do you know whether it's spicy or not? What type of jalapenos do you want? What type of tomatoes? And what does it mean when we say cheese or extra cheese? It can mean a lot of different things. So when we have the language, if I go to Andolini's now, I know what all these things mean because I asked some questions and I learned about what these specific things mean for them. But if you went somewhere else, maybe sliced tomatoes means something different. Maybe they slice them and then slice them again. Might not be exactly the same. And even going back to the models earlier of pizza sizes, I had 2 examples from 2 different places, and notice that a large means something different at one place than it does at the other place. So if I'm used to going to this bottom one and getting a 16-inch pizza as a large, and then I go to this one up top and order a large and wind up with a 14-inch, I'm going to be pretty disappointed. So it's really important for us to understand the language that we're using and what it means in the context that we're in. So that covers these 3 main pieces of domain-driven design, kind of these 3 core principles. And what we do when we kind of live these principles, try to apply them in our day-to-day, what happens? Our implementation becomes connected to this ever-evolving model. So we start by building a model, sharing understanding, and creating the beginnings of ubiquitous. We use that model to inform our design. New questions arise, things are discovered, and information is learned. That information is then added into the model, or we explore different models when we realize the one we were using didn't work the way we hoped it would. And that information is now updated in our understanding and gets clarified in our language, and the whole process repeats. So domain-driven design is really design that is informing everything else the team is doing and making the software just as beautiful and delightful as the UX and the marketing all of the other experiences. And what happens is we go from this top pick where we think we understand and agree and then realize that we don't, to this bottom pick where we model and we talk about the language, and that informs our understanding, and we actually do have a shared picture in our head. And this drawing is from Jeff Patton, who made the user book. Whoever read that. Now, some of you out there might be saying, I don't think this really applies to me. I work in a really complex space. I work in machine learning, AI, or event platform, or some other type of platform. And in that case, the complexity is in the domain itself. There's complexity in the business itself. So the business concept, the logic, the rules, the way people interact, integrations with other systems, and the way those systems need to. Those are the pieces of complexity that we can address with domain-driven design. When complexity is in the domain itself, then driving design by modeling the domain deeply in the code is what domain-driven design talks about. And it's the most effective way to move forward. So why might you try domain-driven design? Maybe you work in a complex core domain. Maybe your company is exploring new domains, trying to find new areas to work in. Maybe you have a lot of complex subdomains that need to interact with each other and have data go back and forth between them, and it needs to be clear what it means. Maybe there's multiple layers of subdomains. Or maybe you have complex domain boundaries or complex cross-domain communication. Maybe your company is doing domain-driven architecture. I've seen companies that we're doing domain-driven architecture. Don't have domain-driven design terms and language and tools and concepts behind it to actually help them be successful. But I would say the biggest reason that you might try domain-driven design is nobody can know everything. And this is a way to help us understand each other better, take the knowledge you have, and share it with one another. Eric Evans, who coined the term domain-driven design, he says, the heart of software is its ability to solve domain-related problems for its user. All other features, vital though they may be, support this specific purpose. When the domain is complex, this is a difficult task, calling for the concentrated effort of talented and skilled people. Developers have to steep themselves in the domain to build up knowledge of the business. They must hone their modeling skills and master domain-driven design. So I want to give you 4 steps. I've thought about this a lot over the years, and I think I've boiled this down to 4 steps to help you get started with domain-driven design. Really apply it in your domain and your. The first step is humble curiosity. You might think you know what somebody means or what they're talking about. You still need to say, I don't know if I understand this. Can you help me understand? Number 2, start building that ubiquitous. Share the common language that we are cultivating and growing as we work. It's really important for you to understand the terms that are in your domain. That means you need to ask to understand the terms that are used, try to use them more often, and even try to use them if you're not sure what they mean. Because if I use a word incorrectly, someone will correct me. They will tell me that I'm using it wrong. I will now have learned something about what that term means and what that concept means. They will have also learned something about how it's not clear what that term and concept is. So that helps us use those not only more often, but more correctly and more ubiquitous. Everyone starts and what they mean. Next is modeling by example. So this is iterative, collaborative design. We work at a pretty high level of most of the time. We need to anchor those abstractions something. There's nothing worse than arguing with someone about just words that we're saying, and then realizing later on we were arguing about the exact same. So if we use concrete examples, if we can learn to tell more stories and to get good at telling stories, if we can anchor what we're building to something real, something we can visualize and something we can point to, we can use modeling tools, strength, to help our thinking get to the outcomes that we're looking for. The last major step that you need to do is refine the model. To recognize when the model doesn't match the language or the understanding, and update the model to match. Every time we translate something in our head is an opportunity to improve our software, to improve our models, improve the way we communicate about them. Try different modeling because they help you think about things in different ways. As I said earlier, all models are wrong, but some models are useful. Every model is unique. It has constraints, helps solve certain problems other models might not be able to. So the more models we try, the more work best for us and the problems. So I want to leave you with some pointers on how you can learn more about domain-driven design and how you could get started with this. First, I just want to say it's not an all or nothing deal. You can apply the ideas from domain-driven design as much or as little as you feel is beneficial to the project, product, context you're working in. For some projects or efforts, you may only apply domain-driven design to the discovery work. For others, you might skip over strategic domain-driven design and just start modeling in the code and doing lightweight visualization. Don't feel pressured to over-apply domain-driven design. Just keep these thoughts, approaches in your mind as you work, and it'll help progress. So if you're a fan of books, which I am, here's a ton of books. The ones on the top are kind of the oldest, the most dated at this point. I will say the blue book I found to be very complex, hard to read. Some people love it. Personally, it didn't really land for me. The reference guide is really great, super short. I actually love this Principles of Web API Design book. If you're building APIs or working in web APIs, you may want to check that out. It's got a lot of great approaches for how to think about that problem. And James Higginbotham has put out a lot of great. But all of these can help you to get started and find an approach that gets you in there. I'd also should have called this out separately, but Nick Kuhn, who wrote this book, he posts a ton on LinkedIn and other sources. He does a lot of videos and things. He is a really, really great resource for learning more about this. And mentioned Nick is a perfect transition into the domain-driven design starter modeling process. So this is available for free on GitHub. This is a great way to see how domain-driven design can be applied cohesively to different aspects of software development, from discovery to strategic to the technical of actually implementing code. Nick Kuhn is one of the major contributors to this, along with some other folks who I've had the opportunity to learn domain-driven design from. I find this website, I reference this concept, and I started to build a slide that showed a bunch of tools mapped to these, and the slide was impossible to read. But what I'll tell you is there's, I think, 40 different tools that they've identified as connecting to domain-driven design, and they've sort of categorized them into these groupings. So if you know we're having issues with aligning the business model and the user needs, pull this up, go see what tools are there, and see if one of those might help you move forward or help you unstick. I'll tell you, the main one here is going to be a business model canvas. So if you've never used that before, that might be a place to start. And there's tools for this whole process. So I really, really recommend this. There's lots of great notes on it. And if you do explore this, please let me know. I'd love to know how it goes for you. And if well. So that's it. Thank you very much. If you'd like to get connected, LinkedIn is probably the best place for me. I don't really use that bird site anymore. My email address. And as we mentioned, I am an organizer for the Tulsa Agile practitioners. We meet on the first Monday at Base Camp here in Tulsa. And then I also am an organizer for the Agile Denver Kanban Community of Practice, which is the first Thursday those months online. So if you'd ever like to check them out, we'd love to have you there. So thank you very much.
Yes, let's give it up for Ed. All right, I'm gonna stand up here, not fall. Okay, we have a couple of questions for you. Let me pull out my phone so I can read them correctly.
Great. It's almost lunch.
It is almost lunch.
I'm glad mine's going into lunch after talking about pizza.
About ubiquitous language and the funny examples like bone jaw, have you heard of the term malapropism? Is there research on jargon and creating an in feeling when you know it, for better or worse? Terms to be like self-explanatory as opposed to having to explain the term before you're able to use it.
Yeah. Oh, that's a great question. I mean, when I think about it, I could see how having jargon could make you feel as part of the in-group, but I think in general, jargon is going to be exclusionary, right? It's going to keep people out, and it's going to prevent you from understanding things as well or clearly as you could. I know I do consulting now, and last year I've worked 17 different domain contacts that are all very different from one another. I go in and they talk a ton of jargon, and even if I think I know what they mean, a lot of times different organizations mean completely different things by it. So I would personally say steer away from jargon if you can. Probably going to help you out in the long run.
All right, here's a existential question for you.
Oh, okay.
What does agile mean to you?
What does agile mean to me? That's a good question. For me, agile is really about learning, and it's about kind of iteration, continuous approach. So I used to do a lot of mountaineering, climbing, Colorado Mountain Club, and we could plan, right? We could plan our trip, go look at maps, topos, decide our route, read trip reports, all sorts of stuff. But until we were actually right there, didn't know if a stream was going to be flooded or how exactly you were going to climb up something. To me, that is exactly what agility is that we try to plan as we can, and then we react to the changes that are occurring, and then we learn from those changes, we adjust the plan, and then we keep doing our best to make progress. Yeah.
All right, let's give another hand to Ed. Thank you so much. Okay, lunch is currently getting set up. Please do not rush yet. I know everyone's excited, but she's still setting it up a little bit. We don't want to overwhelm the wonderful caterers. Our catering is actually provided by RG Foods. They themselves are a nonprofit, so we really appreciate that they're giving back while making us some delicious food. So it's just a wonderful treat to have them. Last call for Lightning Talk sign up. So please, please, please sign up for Lightning Talk if you want to. It looks like we've got a pretty big spread, but if anyone else wants to sign up, please do. If you have any questions throughout the day, again, reach out to me or anyone in a gray shirt. I started to bring some of the swag over here. Feel free to continue grabbing some of the swag. For all of our streamers, we will be back at about 1:30. So I know we'll be off for lunch. Everyone go enjoy some food at home, hopefully. And Max has something else to say. Oh, okay. So we'll probably start the stream back at 1:25 then. Is it in person or? Okay, never mind. Stream will be back at 1:30. We'll see you then. And then for everyone in person, we are going to have like a little bit of a de-stressing moment with Jenny at 1:25. If everyone wants to join in on that, that should be fun. Enjoy the food, but again, I think she's still setting up, so give her a minute. Grab some swag. We'll be back here at 1:25 for de-stressing. Oh, we're good. Eat away. Go, food. Devour.
sweet.
Test, test. Test, test. Test.
please make your way to your seat.
Hello everyone. Before we get started, my name is Jenny. I did the talk about state machines for your mental health earlier, and someone had mentioned a question on the Slack about how to, like, little fun tips or tricks that you can do to not feel stressed or anxious in the moment. Like, for example, one of the things that they mentioned was to hide your camera when you're in a Zoom call, so then you're not constantly looking at yourself feeling under pressure to either perform or not perform or speak or not. Some tips and tricks that I've done that really work well for me to feel less stressed in the moment. You can think of DOSE, so DOSE. That acronym stands for the 4 happy chemicals in your brain that, when released, you just feel better. You feel at ease, a little bit lighter. So DOSE stands for dopamine, oxytocin, serotonin, and endorphins. And so once we go through all of, like, the different exercises that you can do, and you can pick and choose. You can go in order and release like DOS. You can just pick one though, because if you do all of them at the same time, it gets a little overwhelming. And remember, you can only handle so much at one time. Human. So with dopamine, think of that chemical as like a rewarding chemical. You can post on social media and check back in like an hour, maybe even at the end of the day. And when you get those notifications coming in, that's dopamine releasing, and you're like smiling because you're like, oh, like I made an impact, I made a difference. That's the rewarding feeling that you would get from dopamine. And you don't feel like posting. Yeah, something that you can do at home is to write down 3 things grateful. And I say 3 because the first one you're probably just gonna list. The second one, you're like, okay, I need to get this over with. Let me just write this down. By the third one, you're really thinking and considering, like, what am I really grateful for? And you start reflecting back. For example, 1, I'm grateful for a really good hair day. It's not frizzy, the weather's beautiful, all that stuff. 2, I'm grateful to be here with this amazing community and for the home of hosting this conference. And 3, I'm grateful to be on stage again. Yeah, so with those 3 things, I feel the dopamine release in my body, gave myself that moment to like take a deep breath after I said it. And if you really believe it, you'll feel a lot less tense, better in the moment. Dopamine, over with that. Okay, maybe you don't want to do that. Oxytocin is like a really fuzzy, warm chemical feeling where your face gets hot, flushing. So if you want to release oxytocin in the moment, let's say you're lonely, you can give yourself a hug or tap someone on the shoulder and be like, hi, are you a hugger? Can I give you a hug? Hold for like 10 seconds. You'll feel that oxytocin release. You'll just feel warm and like love in that moment. So then you don't feel as stressed. Another thing you can do, if no one around you or maybe you're just not a physical hugger, watch some puppy or kitten videos. After 1 minute, you're gonna be like, oh, I feel better. All right, now we're done with oxytocin. Serotonin. This one's really fun. So, fun fact, your body doesn't know the difference between a real laugh or a fake laugh. So if you just kind of start laughing and make it like a game, like, how about we all count to 10 and laugh? So we can go, ha, 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 ha. Come on, laugh with me. Ha, 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 ha. Ha, 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 ha 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 ha. I lost count. But you see, like, you get to a point where I'm pretending to laugh, you hear me laugh, you pretend to laugh, and then bam, you're laughing naturally. Your shoulders aren't less like high up like where your ears are. You're releasing that serotonin and you just feel better. Lastly, we have endorphins. With endorphins, you can just move around. Say you've been sitting at your desk all day or in your chair and you want to like, you feel sick, just want to loosen up. Put on some Taylor Swift, take it off, or put on your favorite song and jam and do that for at least a minute. You really just need a full minute. And that tells your brain and your body, like, hey, you're not on attack mode. Like, don't worry, you're not in a flight or fight situation. So try one of those dose exercises. Just pick a letter, DOSE. Try one of the exercises and you'll feel less stressed in the moment. That's all.
Thank you so much, Jenny. I'm going to now welcome Emily to the stage.
What's up? Okay. So, it is lightning talk time. If you're unfamiliar of what a lightning talk is, it's okay. First, we're gonna do some announcements. First thing, if you're not on our Techlahoma Slack, join the Techlahoma Slack. It is the best place to connect with us. We have fun channels. It's a good place to be. If you want to ask a question of any of our speakers, 200 OK is the channel to do that. If you join today, it should automatically have you join 200 OK as well. If you have any issues, find me, find someone else in a gray shirt, and they'll find me. And if you need any help, let me know. Sponsors, our sponsors have been amazing, and we're very, very thankful for them. Oh, I forgot I have slides down here. So Inasmuch Foundation gave us a grant this year. Kerr Foundation gave us a grant last year, and we're very, very thankful for them. Inasmuch continued their donation this year, so we really appreciate it. I don't have the clicker, that's why. Oh, okay. Heartland is another one of our wonderful sponsors. They deliver human tech across all of our solutions, services, and support. They help new startups to experienced enterprises, and they are entrepreneurs, so they get it. Thank you to Heartland. Holberton provides coding school courses dedicated to meeting the educational needs of the city, rapidly expanding technology community. They're committed to preparing students academically and professionally to meet the constantly changing employment requirements needed to be successful in a career in software development and engineering. While we're here, how many of you have an association with Holberton? Look around. Do you see? This is exciting. It's a great place, and we're very, very thankful for them. GetWit is another partner. We have a couple of our GetWit reps over there. They have been amazing. They partner with growth-focused brands to create groundbreaking products and eyebrow-raising campaigns. Simply put, we move fast to change reality. They also have a really cool website where they have dogs, and you should check it out. Lastly, if you have not entered the giveaway, make sure to do that. You can win game night of 12 for the Dust Bowl at McNally's, from McNally's group for the Dust Bowl, and then a couple of Reezer's gift cards we have as well. And lastly, in Tulsa Talent, again, they advertise 200 OK, and we appreciate them, and Hogue Software is a local sponsor for it. All right, now we're at Lightning Talk. If you are unfamiliar with what a Lightning Talk is, if this is your first conference, Lightning Talks are a 5 to 10 minute little spiel, may or may not have slides. It's a practice talk maybe, it's something you feel very comfortable talking about, but it's maybe not a full 45-minute talk, okay? We've had quite a few people sign up. I think we are starting off with Zach. We have this super official timer, and it will beep at you, so we are not cutting you off. It is cutting you off, okay? If you have Q&A for them, that's great. We're going to put that in the Slack, or you can talk to them later just so we can get through all the awesome lightning talks that people have signed up for. So with that, I will pass this off to Zach.
Sweet. First time VS Code's. Hey, so I'm Zach Mays, head of engineering at Gitwit. More importantly, and fun fact, Coders is actually runs OK now, Arden, and we're a part really low. And I have been freaked out. I've been using it a lot. Kind of talk through what I think needs to happen for education with coding now, and I also think what's going to happen to us as professionals in software development. I think it's like a pretty big change coming, I believe. So hopefully I can help you see that. So my first introduction to coding with AI was with Copilot. I assume who has used Copilot? Yeah, so I found it really underwhelming and actually sort of not helpful. And I was like trying to have it, I was just trying to do like auto completion of a type. Like I had an interface and it would just like make up properties that weren't on that interface. And I was like, I just need my type completion and I'm done with this thing. And so that was my first impression of it. And you know, I'm teaching the OK Coders Bootcamp, and the bootcamp is a mix of like using Free Code Camp to learn the material, and then really what we try to do is like have people be in person and real life exercises. So on Free Code Camp, you know, there's a lot of like material and curriculum, and maybe not as much like, you know, here's something you can practice, here's something you can build, and so we try to do those things in class. And I was doing certain exercises, you know, like writing do various like arbitrary, like build this coffee shop, do this particular thing. And I started to decide like, okay, maybe I'll just like, I have this instruction set. I don't feel like going to code this. Maybe Chat can do that for me. And so then I started to experiment to do those things. And so I kind of want to show you all that now. So one of the things I gotta go. So one of the first exercises we do after you've learned about if else and Boolean logic, FizzBuzz. And so who knows the FizzBuzz exercise? Okay, cool. So the FizzBuzz exercise is this, right? Write a function that returns the following. Given the params passed in, you have a positive integer for multiples of 3, fizz, and then it sounds like most of you the rest. So here are the instructions for FizzBuzz that I wrote for the students to do this actual exercise. So we can just take this and feed this. I can't see because of the mic. And this is GPT-4 that I'm using. It's a little bit slower than 0.5, but I've usually liked the responses that it gives a bit more. Okay, so perfect answer, right? Like the exact right solution to that problem. It's explaining it a little bit for us. It's then running. I actually haven't seen it do this. It just ran the program, and now it's explaining it a little bit more. So this is the correct solution to FizzBuzz. I didn't even tell it what language to do it in, I don't think. It knew to do it in JavaScript, probably because of the console.log that I put with there. So, you know, maybe that's really easy. Maybe that's not that impressive to you. But then I just kept going. I kept using it for additional things. And I may skip ahead, actually, just because this really is a lightning. So there was a 99 bottles of beer example that I used where we tried to build a website that would emulate song. We then did a 4-hour exercise. So like on Saturdays we do on every other Saturday we do like 4-hour programming exercise. And so we were going to do a coffee shop site, arbitrary in terms of kind of what we're trying to do with it. We have like fake prompt-based login, and then have a menu. And when you click on different menu items, add a shopping cart, show the total in the shopping cart, things like that. So that's a beginner exercise, all plain JavaScript. And so you can see this is the exercise that I wrote for. So Coffee Shop 2.0. Here's details about the coffee shop. Here's the features that I want you to do for that coffee shop. Was that 10 minutes or was that 5? So 5 to 10, right? Oh, okay. Okay, woo! Yeah.
Okay, cool. So, hey everybody, my name's Luke. I work at Blank. Okay, first, this is not my idea. So I heard about this from engineers at Cloudflare and Have I Been Pwned. They use this technique to let Cloudflare check if users' passwords were in Have I Been Pwned, but without revealing who the users are or what the passwords are. Because if you check Have I Been Pwned for your password, that check could reveal things like your IP address or your cookies or things that could identify you. And that doesn't matter if you're checking a password that's used by 3 million other people. But if you're using your favorite My Little Pony character as your password and it's only been seen 6 times in the world, now we might know your password. So you have to worry about whether you trust the person who's operating the password checking service. Are they doing something else with their data? Or are they securing it? Because even though Have I Been Pwned has good security, there's a lot of other password checking sites that have shockingly bad security. So what we're looking for is a way for a client to check a single record from a server without revealing the record to the server. That is, I want to check a server for a password, but I don't want the server to know which password I am checking. So the easy way is to hash the data first. So rather than check for the password, you check for a hash of the password. But the problem with hashes is that rainbow tables exist. So rainbow tables are big lists of hashes along with their corresponding plain text data. So someone has gone and gone through all of the possible plain text values and hashed it and then recorded the plain text next to the hash. And these are common enough that there's sites like crackstation.net where you can enter in any hash and it will check a bunch of rainbow tables and just tell you what the plain text is from the hash. And sometimes you can even put hash values straight into a search engine, and the search engine itself will actually find a web result that has, here's the plain text right next. So hashes don't quite work. There's also a technique called private set intersection out there, which uses a lot of advanced cryptography to calculate the intersection of 2 sets of data without revealing the data to any single party. But these techniques are pretty new and haven't really been subject to long-term review by the cryptography community, and they haven't been wrapped up in mature cryptography libraries, and you all should be using mature off-the-shelf cryptography libraries. If you invent your own crypto, don't tell me, I will come find you. So the middle way to solve this problem uses a concept called k-anonymity. So to see what that is, in a table of data like this, every record has a unique combination of values like name, age, gender, state, etc. But you can change the data in a way where, for example, if you suppress the name value completely and instead of giving a specific age, you generalize those into ranges between like 20 and 30 or 30 and 40 or 40 and 50. Now you could use this generalization technique to group records into ranges of hashes instead of exact hash. So you group together all the hashes that start with 5BAA61 or E73187 or whatever. Then a client could hash the plain text value of the record they want to check and then request just that single hash bucket so the server doesn't know which of the specific hashes in that bucket the client is trying to check. And then finally, the client can check to see if the specific value is in the bucket of the values that it fetched. So hash range queries are a useful trick if you want to check if a value is in a data set without revealing the value that you're checking to whoever runs the data set. And I did it in 3.5 minutes. Oh, questions. Yeah, now we have a minute and a half for questions. That's true. Yeah, I could have done an extra 90 seconds. Any questions? Any 60 seconds worth of? All right, cool.
Good. Do I have? Cool. I'm going to start because he started my time. So here we go. I'm Eric Kyle. Shameless plug. I run Tulsa Web Devs. Buddy Alex. Come join us. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the idea of skill transfer as a way of consciously learning new things. Subtitled a case study in running the circus. Previous. For those of you who don't know, I was previously a lighting designer, sound designer, and production manager for theater, dance, opera, taught stuff at universities. Long-running technical background. Excuse me, but much like Jenny just described in her talk, I went through a period of burnout in that profession. If anybody's worked in the arts nonprofit, they know that thing. And decided that I was far more interested in applying those techniques somewhere else. I've been a software engineer at Clever for the last. In that process, I spent a lot of time thinking about how do you make that. I knew I was coming from a background in which I had lots of technical skills. I played with computers since I was a kid. I built networks for theater projects, done stuff with microcontrollers, all this sort of thing, but always a one-off for what we were doing for that art project, right? And never some comprehensive set. I thought I could walk into a potential employer and say, look at all the stuff I know how to do. So the question became, like, how do I? So I just kind of ran through most of this. So I'm going to speed run through this. I'll give somebody these slides if you see these, but kind of covered. Yeah, I was pre-med for a period. If you wanted to see my mom cry, you could have been on the phone when I told her I switched to theater when I was in college. Then I rewired her whole basement, refinished part of her house, and she came and saw something we were engineering on stage one day, and she looked at me and said, how did you learn how to do all this cool stuff? I said, remember when you cried about me? We learn a lot of neat stuff in the theater. And people just, oh, sure. Sorry, I just assumed I was loud. All right, so here's the idea. How do we translate this stuff? So what skills do you already have you can apply directly to the thing you're trying to learn, whether that's a new field or a new skill in your current field? Like start from what's familiar, right? What skills do you already have that can help you learn things that are adjacent, right? So what relationships? All this starts us thinking about this idea of a web, in my brain at least. And how did we learn these skills in the first place? So like if you can get yourself from the thing you're trying to learn or the field you're trying to pivot into back to something that is tangential or adjacent or familiar to you, and you can evaluate how you learned that familiar thing, you're probably going to discover a lot of tools and processes that work for your brain, your learning styles, that are directly applicable to this pivot you're trying to make or this new skill you're trying to acquire. So, when I was a technologically curious kid, I started making lists. I went, okay, here's all the stuff I actually learned, programming on lighting consoles and doing silly little theater stuff, loops, DLI tools, all this sort of stuff. I was like, oh, wait, these are all things developed. Hang on, I already know how to do a bunch of stuff. I know things about electronics, all that sort of stuff, project management. But there's a lot of things that I also thought I realized I could leverage as I was doing this exploration that aren't directly obvious hard technical software skills. Things like collaboration, presentation skills, interactive design reviews and revision cycles, resource management. There is never enough money or time in the theater. So if every time I walk in and they're like, software projects, client deadlines, not enough money, not enough dev time, I'm like, you guys are funny. You should try doing it. Do it with half the money and twice as much work, and you've already sold tickets to your launch date. So good luck with that. Highly variable environments with lots of changes and strict schedules and budget limitations. I kind of mentioned that. having to improv, probably still the most useful theater class I ever took. The point being, like, there's this whole list, right, of these other things that you may have already learned that might be applicable to this new skill you're trying to learn, this new field you're trying to move into, this niche you're interested in. So, you know, how does your past inform your present? So you can directly apply skills. In this case, for me, all the design and media and infrastructure stuff I had learned. I also spent time teaching at universities. So, I have a bunch of new stuff I want to self-teach. Well, I've spent years on curriculum development committees, so why don't I just apply those skills and build myself an actual curriculum? So that's what I did. I built myself a personal boot, Eric's boot. I went with myself. So, you know, how do we do it? The basic idea here that I'm going to hope is the takeaway here in my last 27 seconds is that think about everything you know as this web of intricate related things. There are connections between all of them. The question is, like, how do you find that path? And if you're already a developer, you're already a software engineer, one of the concepts that always comes to mind here for me are the ideas of composition and inheritance, right? And so, like, when we think sometimes about, like, I'm going to use a React framework, common pattern in React state management, right? Which is like you have two components that share the same, elevate the state to the parent, right? So this is a way we can process skill transfer consciously, right? Like, I have this thing I know over here in this component, and I would also like to be able to do a similar skill over here. What is the layer of effort to get to above that makes me able to leverage how I learned the first thing and what I already know about it into learning the second thing? And I think sometimes we get so caught up in, I have to learn this new thing, do this thing, we forget to take the step back and go, wait, this thing is connected or adjacent or familiar to me because of all this other stuff I already know. For those of you maybe making career changes, et cetera, you know, you can leverage all this. I'm going to take through any more slides. There's the image. Look for connections. That's the big thing, right? Like, be mindful, make conscious choices about, like, how stuff you're learning is related and how you're going to sell it to other people. Because we're good at this already. We've had a talk on domain-driven design. We talk about the way language models relate tokens to each other. Like, we understand relationships in webs. Many of us know graph theory. Like, stuff you know is no different, right? So think about how your stuff is related and leverage graph. Ding. I'm going to call that 5 because I'm at 610 there. So. Thanks for the beep. Oh yeah, this is an interstellar gift. This is how I learn stuff. If you've seen this movie, think about this moment. You're trying to figure out how you get the ship in at the same rate as the thing you're trying to. Come up.
Cool. Yeah, hi. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Grace Fallon. I have volunteered with Oklahoma in the past, and I worked as a software engineer with a company called iMuto based out of Austin. Yeah, I experienced imposter syndrome. I want to talk about what that looks like. I want to talk about how to address it if you're experiencing it. And then I want to talk about how to address it in the workplace if you're not experiencing it. What does that look like? Imposter syndrome looks like working in the extremes, either disengagement and passivity in meetings, lack of contributions, but also the opposite. It looks like taking on more work than you should be for your health and success even in a company. It looks like volunteering yourself and putting in hours beyond what is reasonable for a human being to put into a career, even as a software developer. We know you can recognize it as accelerated burnout is the most visible way, is when someone races to the end of their wire far faster than anyone should. Anyways. How to address it. if you yourself are experiencing it, I find that it is primarily an isolating experience. This is something that I've recognized in my first year of remote work, is that it is exacerbated by being alone in your experience and alone in your work. So even if you are working remote, which is a wonderful thing, find ways to engage with people who are doing your work and doing similar work so that you can communicate about what the expectations are of yourself, what their expectations are in engaging in their roles. And yeah, build lines of communication with your peers, with people who are where you are in your career, but also with people who are where you want to be, because they might seem like they have their shit together, but they have been where you are, so to speak. Finally, I want to address anyone who has either had the lovely experience of not dealing with this, or who has experienced this in the past and maybe removed from it, because there are things that you can do directly to help lift up those who may be experiencing this very isolating thing. And I'm going to return to building channels of communication. These are tactics. These are like direct things. Pair programming is like one of the best things you can do if you are a developer to address imposter syndrome, because it shows your process, it shows your trains of thought, it shows that your junior or your peer who is going through this is just as capable of those trains of thought, or can follow along with your reasoning at the same level. Show your process, show your failures. I know for a fact that the scope may change, but the vulnerability to failure does not go away, even as you progress in your career. And being transparent about that, learning together from your mistakes, is an excellent tactic you can do to lift those who are learning from you up. And finally, talk about salary. This might seem weird and like adjacent, but if you are willing to be transparent in the way that you are compensated and the expectations that you have and that are made of you, the conclusion to that thought is lost on me. Thank you all. If you want to talk about this more, feel free to reach out. I appreciate y'all.
Thank you, Grace. All right, up next we have Brian giving a talk of Journey of the Dragon.
Hello. Okay. There we go. Okay. Hey, I'm Brian Rigsby, software developer at IME or ITG, IME Technology Group, for 3 years almost, which is pretty cool. I'm going to show you some really crappy code today. We're going to talk about the Journey of the Dragon. So, a long time ago, when I very first wanted to do anything with code, like 10 years ago, I didn't know much of what to do. So you Google and you watch videos, and you figure stuff out. So I built this amazing thing here. So you have to fight the dragon, and you can see, you can put your name in, and then you fight the dragon with pop-up. Beautiful, right? Most gorgeous thing you've ever seen. So literally, you just fight until you either win or die. So whenever we get there, it's only 10 points. So eventually, we'll not hit by 1. Okay, we're almost. There we go. RIP. Okay, so I died. So then you get a big screen, right? That's beautiful. So 10 years ago, I was like, or 8 years ago when I made this, it was the coolest thing I'd ever done, right? You show all your friends and your family, and you think it's just so cool. And then the code for that is on the left here, is this beautiful, disorganized mess of junk, right? But it still worked, and it was still cool, and you got to show people. So the reason I'm showing you this, because I feel like a lot of times we don't show our mess. We show, like, the pretty stuff. So this is a mess, right? I mean, this is just horrible. So what I did recently, which actually was a suggestion from a friend, was I made an app out of this game. So now I have this cool app which you all can go and download. And it's the same concept, but 4 years of being a professional developer and learning stuff, it now actually looks pretty cool, I think. And it's in the App Store, which, you know, it's kind of a big deal. There's noise too. Can't hear it, but making all sorts of cool noises. So when you attack, it tells you cool stuff and flashes and like, you know, and does cool stuff. And it's the same thing at the end. You either win or lose or whatever. But if you look at the code for this, look how clean it looks and nice, you know, and it's pretty. But at the end, they both do the same thing, right? They're just something to entertain someone you built, something that was pretty cool to do. So I think my point in this whole thing is, like, build stuff, you know, no matter how ugly it is or how ugly the code is, especially starting out, like, you just want to get out there and build stuff, have people, you know, use it and be able to show it to potential employers. Because you could show them a website you made, which is cool too, but if they can't go and touch and do things with it, then it's not going to have as much of an impact. So I just put some documentation up here. Go learn JavaScript, good to know. Expo is awesome in React Native if you want to build app. There you go. Netlify is really cool for deploying your stuff. That's what the original Dragon Battle is on. And then that's me. So if you search my name in the App Store, you can see the cool that I've made and download Dragon Battle. So that's it. Thank you.
All right, up next we're going to have Isaac. We're going to get set up one quick.
Hello. Nice. Before we get set up here, Oh, it's nasty. Oh. All right. Well, hi. My name is Alec Helm Turner, Stack Web Dev. Normally very loud, so I'm not used to microphones. Yeah, so I also work for Blank, different Blank, but Blank at the moment. I do have a company, Alec Vision. I've been taking some contracts, helping folks with web dev, but looking at maybe picking up some other stuff. So what I'm going to show you guys today is actually going to be something I've been playing around with where I can write one code base, one app, just one time, and deploy it to web, Android, and iOS pretty simply. And it's something that a lot of folks have been working on. There are a lot of packages that I've kind of pulled together to make it happen. But just to show you what I'm talking about, so we have our two apps here. The Expo is going to be our web app. And pay no mind to the layers and layers and layers of folders. But what I do want to show is my source code. And it's pretty complex. There's a lot to it. Well, not that one, but most of them look just like that. And that's the native app for you. The rest of it's just configuration. Then you go over into the Next.js app, which is the web app. Looking at the pages on that one, you notice it's got the exact same structure as far as the different things that you see here. And again, nothing. And that's because, again, they're sharing the same code. Everything's actually down here in the packages. So I've just got the one package for app, and you'll see, again, all of these things that are available that I use across the app. So how am I doing all of that? Well, there are quite a few libraries involved. Show you a couple of them real quick. One of my favorites. Here we go. Tamagui, which I love because, first of all, I grew up with a Tamagotchi. And it's got this wonderful color scheme and UI, which is just so much fun. The other reason I like it, though, is because it allows me to write my UI in one place without making too many sacrifices. I get all my styles, my design system, all centralized, way more productive. And it's actually optimizing away a lot of the inefficiencies on native as well. So it's getting really close to native performance. In fact, I think they've got kind of a visual, and just, again, love this website. So many fun, bouncy things. Well, I'm not seeing the visual, but they have one that kind of shows the performance difference between pure React Native and using Tamagui to kind of optimize those styles. And it's pretty dang close. So you get a lot of features basically for free. The other big one there is Solito. One of the weirdest things moving from web applications to native applications is just how you navigate around the app. You've probably just grown accustomed to the way things slide back and forth across your phone screen. That doesn't really happen in a web page, though. And so all of that navigation, all of that routing is pretty wildly different between the two. However, Expo, which is a system that helped me write React Native app, has come out with a really fun router that borrows a lot from web concepts. So you get this file-based routing, makes it all the same. So you only have to learn one thing, think about one thing, right? And it works. That's probably the most fun. And I say it works. There is actually a bug in that endpoint, so that's where we're going to skip that page. Now, the app that I've got now is nothing, basically. It's like 3 or 4 different starters that all had kind of pieces of this equation together. And so I've just stitched all those pieces together and made it work. So the Tamagui starter looks a lot like this. Doesn't have all these links, though. And before there we go. I've got the same thing over here. I mean, they're identical. Talk about brand coherence. Of course, you can navigate around, and you'll notice that the navigation's slightly different. I didn't write it that way. That's just built into the libraries. And that's that sort of slide that we're talking about there that you kind of just get used to. Let me go ahead and sign out real quick. For authentication, I am using a library called Clerk. Great service that really smooths out a lot of those things, but they provide some React hook. And basically, if it's a hook, you can use it on both of these. Any sort of UI, you're probably going to use Tamagui to help with that, but they've got a full list of components. It's pretty fun. And perfect timing. All right, well, thanks.
Everybody give it up for Alec. Thank you so much. All right, our last lightning talk of the day is Isaac. He's going to be driving from the main computer. So I'll get.
Hi everyone. Hello. So I'm an automation developer for Optum, part of United Health Group. I've been doing this type of work for about 2.5 years. I do UiPath right now. If you're not familiar, it's just using low code, no code to do business process automation. Sounds super boring, but I've found there's a mindset that I have, and it fits well, and it's interesting to me, and it's very gratifying. I have no slides, but I will have a demonstration later. So I wanted to talk about an automation mindset and efficiency and how to apply that larger in your life. So what UiPath describes as a good automation use case involves technically things that are well defined, things that are very repeatable. From a value perspective, pick things that are high value. And this is software for now, but you can use this for other parts of your life. So things that take a lot of time, things that are used a lot, you do it a lot of the time, a lot of times throughout the day, and things that are lower complexity. You might think complicated things would be good to automate, but that would actually take a lot more time to do. You will get a lot more value if you hit the quick things and then move on to the next quick thing, and that's a big power of robotic process automation. And there's other automation mindsets. Have anyone heard of dry, don't repeat yourself? It's a common coding practice. This totally applies to other parts of your life. So you find yourself doing something over and over. How can I do this better? How can I do this faster? Am I doing this in the best way? Now, I have an example here of 2 ways that I do this commonly during software. So I'll come over. we're going to test for 1 second. Good. So we're going to talk a little bit about ChatGPT because you just can't escape from AI in this current day and age. It is impossible. It's coming for all of us, and it's amazing. I just created this website using ChatGPT, and I'm going to first talk about what are regular expressions or regex. Is anyone familiar with regular expressions? Anyone not familiar? Does anyone by chance love them like I do as a complete nerd? They are my jam. They're fantastic. They let you interact with strings of text in a very powerful way. They are complicated. They can do a lot of stuff. You can use them in Visual Studio during development, which is not typically how they're used, but I found it really helpful. For example, you can do a find and replace stuff very simply. Like I want to change all the classes, so form label. If I could type right, I would hit dash label. And now I can do a replace here where I actually want to be form name. And now, beautiful. And they're all changed. So that's a common, if you don't do that, you probably should use that find and replace. Now, if this is complicated and I want to turn on my regular expression button, I can find, in this example, I didn't set up very well. If we had like IDs here, and I'm going to go make this give me, if I knew emit documentation better, I just whip it out, but that's not going to do it right. No, it did JavaScript. Okay, so what I'm trying to say is, if I wanted to find an class, it was 1, 2. This is bad code. Don't do this. I can tell it, let's find 4 words, 4 word characters, so 4 things, and then I want a dash, and then now I actually want to get the did, and I did. So now I've actually selected the whole thing, even though it's 6 different numbers. So to me, this is a type of automating task. Regular expressions are a tool, and if you learn them, you can now apply them in many ways you would not have thought originally, not just for a database or string. So to me, this is taking a programming tool and then applying this in more ways than you would have first. That's everything I wanted to share.
Thank you, Isaac. That concludes our lightning talk. Thank you all for signing up and doing that and jumping off the cuff. Really appreciate it. We're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we're going to have Amy. So everybody take 5 minutes, come right back, and we'll jump back in. Eat as much food as you want. There's lots left. And there's even more on the way. All right, everyone, we're going to get started. If you want to make your way back to the stage, make your way back to your chairs. All right, we're about to get started. Reminder, we've got 2 event spaces. We've got a stream mirroring what's going on in here on the other side in the annex, if you're looking for a change of scenery. But we are going to get started here right now. All right. Thanks again to all the speakers for the lightning talks. That was fantastic work, especially under the duress of like the timer. That's some anxiousness I'm not asking for. All right. If you haven't signed up yet, we still are taking names for the giveaways. Shout out McNally's group. Shout out Reesers. And on to our next talk. Our next speaker is Amy Norris. Amy's a graphic designer turned software developer, currently building weird, cool, and unconventional stuff at Dimensional Innovations. On her off time, she can be found volunteering at Kansas City Women in Tech. Shout out. Reading or playing Dungeons and Dragons. Everybody give it up for Amy.
I think so. Oh, okay, cool. All right, so as he said, I'm Amy Norris. My pronouns are she, her, and the first thing I've got is a few disclaimers. So first of all, the very basic thing is do no harm, right? So if you happen to be a doctor or a lawyer or the particular flavor of software developer that does up. I can't do it. I can't see at the same time. Get it? All right, cool. All right, so where did I? Do no harm. Yeah, so if you happen to be a doctor or a lawyer or the particular flavor of software developer that does like airplane autopilots or voting machines or something like that, take this with a grain of salt because society as a whole kind of needs you guys to know what you're doing. Number 2, there will be swear words. If that's not your jam, I get it, but this is your warning. You're not allowed to be mad at me about it. Number 3, I did warn you. The talk is called Competence is Overrated. I clearly do not know what I'm doing. That said, everything, well, almost everything, comes from my own personal experience. So if I say anything exclusionary, I do want you to call me out on that. If you don't feel comfortable doing it at the end of the talk, shoot me an email. You can also DM me on Twitter. I'm not on there much anymore, but it'll probably send me an alert. And let's get this out of the way early. The big secret of this talk is not going to be, and nobody else knows what they're doing either. Because even though that's true, it's not particularly helpful. Just because I know everyone else is stumbling around in the dark, it doesn't help me find a flash. So, who am I and why am I qualified to teach you to be incompetent for fun and profit? Well, as the big screen says, I've been a developer since 2017. Before that, I was a graphic designer for a little while. I earned a degree in studio art from the University of Missouri, Kansas City, after going through 3 different colleges and trying out 3 different majors. So yes, I went to 3 colleges, I tried 3 majors, and I still got a studio art degree on purpose. In 2016, I joined the first Kansas City Launch Code cohort, which is a boot camp. I don't think you have that one down here, where we learned C. Not C++, not C#, just regular C. Got some fans. Oh, all right. So you won't like the next part, but I think they teach Python now, which is probably a little bit easier and definitely a little more marketable. We also learned just a little bit of JavaScript and just the barest amount of PHP to learn what MVC was. In 2017, I applied for a job at National Land Realty, a company that required PHP experience, but was willing to accept any degree plus a boot camp instead of a computer science degree, which was great for me since I didn't have a computer science. I also didn't have the PHP experience. So I did the sensible thing and met their CTO for lunch and just lied through my teeth about knowing PHP. Oh yeah, we covered that in Launch Code. I'm definitely comfortable doing a technical interview in PHP, and I know what a technical interview is. And then I went home and crammed as much PHP into my brain as I could in the, I don't know, week and a half or so between that first interview and the technical interview. It worked, and I managed to keep that job for about the next 4 years until applying at Dimensional Innovations, which is where I am now. But that CTO that I lied to was now at DI. So I knew I couldn't just lie about my qualifications again. She literally knew what they were, and that's the kind of trick that only works once. So this time I was just completely upfront with my complete lack of skills. I think I said something along the lines of, I don't know how to do any of the things on your required skill list, but you wouldn't have known that if I hadn't told you. So here's a list of the skills required for the job that I applied for. So, all right, I had done exactly one Python Django tutorial back in 2016. If you've been doing the math with me, this is now 2021, so that's just no. I had heard of Node, but I'd never used it. Same for AWS, Heroku, and Vue. And I hadn't even heard of most of the rest of this. And the only hardware integration experience I had was reinstalling a toilet flush valve, and I feel like that's not really what they had in mind. So I guess this is step one of how to succeed at a job that you don't know how to do. Getting a job that you don't know how to do. I'm not going to go too in-depth on this one because that's not what the talk is about, but I do have a few tips that I'm consistently surprised that people don't know. First of all, if you have all of the skills on that required list, you are overqualified for that job. In fact, according to Forbes, you only need about 40%. 40, not even half. For what it's worth, men usually wait until they have about 60%, and women wait until they check all of the boxes. So we're all selling ourselves short here. Degree requirements are usually bullshit. Not always. Sometimes, especially government contracts, they usually have, if not good reasons, at least actual reasons for wanting computer science degrees. But I wouldn't let that stop you because there's literally no downside. You might waste a little bit of time tweaking your resume, which you should be doing, and trying to write a cover letter that makes you sound excited for the job, but not like too excited, right? But there will be no pitchforks and torches. The literal worst thing that can happen if you apply for a job that you're underqualified for or completely unqualified for is that they just ignore you. That's all. I know that's probably obvious now that I've pointed it out, but the number of looks of dawning realization that I've even seen in this crowd makes it worth pointing out. So back to the missing skills. You basically have these two options. Lie or don't. But it can be really hard to know which one to do. So my advice is this. Lie when you can back it up. Only tell the truth if you can get away with it. And if you think that sounds backwards, it's not. If you lie when you can get away with it rather than when the only thing working against you is time, you're setting yourself up for real failure. I can lie that I know PHP because I know I can learn PHP in a reasonable time. If I was to tell you that I know how to fly a plane, we're all going to be in trouble, right? Similarly, radical honesty only works if the person you're talking to approves, or if you don't have any other choice. If I had said in that first interview with National Land what I said in the second one with DI, it still would have been true, but I don't think it would have been helpful. I couldn't have gotten away with the first. So now you have a job that you don't know how to do, and you need to keep it long enough to get your health insurance and then collect unemployment when they find you out. But there's one thing about that is you basically have 3 general skill sets of, you got people who are good at their jobs, you've got people who you like to be around, and you've got people who turn their shit in on time. You really only need 2 out of 3. You can absolutely be the person who shows up every week with donuts. I'm glad you appreciate this. Oh, I can't wait to hear this later. But you can absolutely be the person who shows up every week with donuts and turns in mediocre work on time, and you'll probably be fine doing that. But also, do you actually not know what you're doing? Or are you just fighting with some imposter syndrome? We had a great lightning talk about this earlier. So the tips I've got will help you either way, but it's good to know what headspace you're at it from first. So if you didn't already know from the lightning talk, this is what imposter syndrome is. I'm not going to read the whole thing. It's very long. But basically, you do know what you're doing. You just don't feel confident enough to say that you do. Because as was mentioned in the lightning talk, we're always comparing ourselves to other people doing the same thing as us when it's really not the same. And even if it is the same, all we're seeing is the end result. We're not seeing all of the work that goes in. But even if you are comparing yourself to someone who is better than you, objectively, that's probably just a hint that you should hang out with them more and get them to teach you their ways. Which you can start to do by learning to ask ridiculous questions. But not yet, because I actually have one more disclaimer, and I'm putting this one here instead of at the beginning with the other ones, because I want anyone this applies to have sat through that how to get a job part. Because I'm going to be assuming from this point forward that you have at least some ability to make mistakes in the job that you're at. So if you're in a toxic work environment, you don't have that. Me telling you to ask ridiculous questions is not helpful advice if you're going to get screamed at for doing so. So if that's you, stick around anyway. The tips will still be good once you get to someplace safe. So some of this is going to be learning how to act ridiculous. Words are hard. Learning how to ask ridiculous questions in a clever way, but a lot of it is just getting over yourself and being willing to look silly. A ridiculous question is always better than a ridiculous assumption. It wastes less time. It very rarely reveals miscommunications before they become a problem. And you will get a reputation as a person who is good at communicating. So, for example, clarifying questions. This is an actual project that I worked on. And the question that I asked was, are these blues supposed to match? So, notice the way that I'm phrasing this. I'm not assuming it's a mistake. I'm not calling anybody out for making a mistake. I'm essentially asking from a place of curiosity, right? Maybe, I mean, it's probably a mistake because they're really close, but they're not the same. They sure look like they ought to be. But if it is a mistake, now the person who made the mistake has a chance to fix it without it being a whole thing. And maybe it's not a mistake. Maybe I'm the one with the bad assumption, and these really are supposed to be different. The client asked. I've had both of those scenarios play out, and in both cases, it was better that I asked the question up front. There's got to be a better way. Questions. I love these questions, and I love them because it means that I'm aware of a shortfall in my knowledge. So I like to phrase this as, is there a less stupid way to do things? I like to ask these when I have code that works, but it's not particularly efficient or elegant, or it just feels like it could be better, you know? I recently put this into practice when I was writing a package for a video camera. So it was working, but every time I changed the package, I had to close my primary program, delete my yarn lock file, rerun yarn install, and then relaunch my primary program for every single tiny change that I made to this package, and it was a huge pain in the ass. So there's got to be a better way. And yeah, of course there is. I used npm link after asking in the Slack, and it worked way better. I didn't have to keep doing all that nonsense every time. Knowledge gap questions. We're probably all already doing this, but we should be doing it more. So when you come across code, whether it works or not, and you don't know what it does, ask. If you can Google, great, but if you've ever tried to Google JavaScript ? It's about as helpful as it sounds. So what this is an optional chain operator. I think this is a view thing, so but basically, if name is blank or null, we skip toString and use full path instead. That's really useful, but I had no idea what it was. What's that pipe do? Googling JavaScript pipe is about as useful as Googling JavaScript ? So this one's definitely a view thing. It's calling a filter. If you don't know what a filter is, you can Google it, because I don't remember. The thing is, people love to feel smart. That's why asking stupid questions is so hard. But the great thing about that is the person that you're asking gets to feel smart. And people who make you feel smart are people that you like. You do people a favor by asking them. I know this can be a little bit hard to apply to your job straight out of the gate, though it's really intimidating. So I recommend asking people in other departments stupid questions. So, oh, do you work in HR? What does HR do? I've always wondered. Oh, you're the guy that runs the lights? How come these are green? I'm really curious about that. Honestly, I recommend doing this anyway. People like to feel interesting. They like to feel smart. So you will get a reputation as a person who cares about other people's jobs. You are now a person who is good at communicating and also a team player. Good job, you. So you probably got this from the last bit. But asking people other than your seniors questions is a good idea. Your seniors are, or at least ought to be, your best source of insert coding language here knowledge, but you can definitely learn stuff from your juniors, from your peers, and from those people in other departments if you're just willing to put your ego away and listen. The real sticking point on everyone is your teacher is that that means everyone is better, right? And that's a really hard thing for our monkey brains to get around. It takes a monumental mental shift, and it takes a lot of practice. But the great part about that is it doesn't also mean that you're less than everyone else. You're also better than everyone else. It's a weird kind of circular spectrum. You're probably worse at that coding language than your senior, but maybe you're better at Git than them. You're probably better than your juniors at the coding language, but maybe one of them has come up with the best way of naming variables that you've ever seen. We all know how much that's, right? This one's great. The last time I gave this talk, they decided to come and do the official photos while I had this slide up, so that was fun. So having high standards is great for things like dating and quality assurance, but less great if you don't know what you're doing. If you're doing something for the first time, it can be super, super helpful to set just a crazy low bar for what's successful. So for example, I recently had the opportunity to wire up some LEDs for a project that I was working on. This is my final mess here. So somebody else was supposed to do this for me because we have people for that, but he was out of the office and I didn't have anything to do, so I figure, you know, why not? The why not, of course, isn't, I don't know how to do that, but we're here to be incompetent, so I'm not gonna let that stop me. So I bought, well, I didn't buy, but I went and found a bunch of little bits of wire, this fidget, the big black box there, an impossibly tiny screwdriver, and those little orange clips that meant that I didn't have to learn how to solder. Great, and I got to it. So the final goal here, as you can see, is I've got 10 of these, and I need them all to work, and I need to be able to control them from my computer. But for someone who has never touched wires before, that's a damn lofty goal. I could pare that back to just one light, but I mean, they're all the same, so if I can get one working, the other 9 are gonna be a piece of cake. That's not really paring it back at all. So my initial goal, my barometer for success on this project wasn't to get anything working at all. My barometer for success was that I did not set anything on fire. And I know that sounds like a joke, but I am 100% serious. If you've never done something before, your first and most basic goal always has to be. So don't set anything on fire, or in less physical cases, don't take down production, is a very common lowball goal for me. So I read enough documentation about these lights that I was pretty sure I wasn't going to short anything, and I started plugging stuff in. Did not work, but it did not catch on fire. Success number 1. Good job, me. Unplugged everything, plugged it all in a different way, and it did not work. And it did not catch on fire. Success number 2. So I succeeded in this manner for another half dozen or so tries before asking for help. More on that later. And then with the assistance of someone who ostensibly did know what they were doing, we managed to succeed in the same manner another half dozen times. So that should tell you something. But we did eventually get them working. Is it going? Yeah, all right. And we didn't set it on fire even once. So very successful. So all of those technically failures, but actually successes because I said so, lead really well into my next tip. Having a failure mindset. I know I'm asking you to change a lot of your mindsets here, but it will be worth it, I promise. So what is a failure mindset? Basically, failure is good and necessary. We all know that we learn when we fail, but for some reason, we still see it as a bad thing. If learning is good, then failing is good. So I'm going to tell you about a time that I put this into practice a couple of years ago. I had just been put on a project for the coolest client that I have ever worked for, probably the coolest client that I will ever work for. Have I hyped it up enough yet? Right? Yeah, that's the reaction that I wanted. So I'm a huge fan of Lego, so I was sure that this was just going to be the coolest thing ever. I think that the first thing I said once I'd asked all my stupid questions was, I'm going to fuck this up so bad, it's going to be awesome. Because the thing about this project is probably 95% of what needed doing I'd never done before. So here's the high level. You've got a ramp pointed at a tire. Start your Lego car at the top of the ramp. Hopefully you jump it through the tire. That's easy. That's physics. We've got engineers. They handle all of this physical stuff. Not my problem. My problem's up. So here's what this app has. When you start your car at the top of that ramp, we want to change it from that attract loop video to a live stream of cargo news. And then if you miss, which spinouts are pretty common, and so is just like smacking the tire instead of actually making the jump, it's a lot harder than it looks. Then you get a randomly selected failure sound and a randomly selected failure message on that screen. If you do make the jump, you get a 3, 2, 1 countdown, and then a slow motion replay of your car jump as it just, along with a randomly selected success sound and this animated Lego flavored overlay. So that's a lot. Okay, let's start at the top. So, all right, I need something to detect the motion at the top so that I know when to start that live stream. I've never used any kind of motion detector before. I've never controlled a camera with JavaScript before. I've never dealt with live streams at all, so we haven't even started, and I'm up to 3. All right, if you don't make the jump, I need to animate text and play sounds. Okay, this one I got right. That's just HTML and CSS. Cool. No, because I didn't tell you yet, but most of this program is built in Touch Designer, something that I had only used in beginner tutorials at this point. So I not only need to figure out how to animate text, but also randomize it, and also the sounds at the same time. And we're only on the failure condition so far. That's what? I'm up to 8. 8, all right? So then if we do make the jump, I need to figure out that 3, 2, 1 countdown. Don't know how to do that. Touch Designer again. It's the same motion sensors, so I won't count that as another one. But I also need to get the file off of the camera and onto the computer. Don't know how to do that. And then I need to slow it down, but not linearly, because that would be boring. We need to do like a Dukes of Hazzard kind of slow down. And not the whole thing, because we don't want to slow down the part where they're just going to the ramp. Just fun parts. And random sounds again. and that Lego flavored overlay. And I've completely lost count, but it's a lot, right? Can you imagine how frustrating this project would have been if I had gone into it with the mindset that failure was bad? I learned so much. And a lot of the ways that I fucked it up were actually pretty cool. At one point, I managed to split out the RGB channels of the live stream so that all the cars looked like they had this sort of rainbow trail on them. It was really cool. It wasn't helpful, but it was neat. But that's the second part of the failure mindset, how to fail successfully. I like to set myself a timer, but you can also set yourself a number of failures that you're willing to tolerate before you ask for help. I like to use this 30-15 fail. So 30 minutes of making no progress means you need to take 15 minutes and do something else. Doesn't matter what. Work on a different project. If it's lunchtime, go take your lunch. If it's the end of the day, you can wait till tomorrow. It can be more than 15 minutes. That's at least 15 minutes doing anything. If you come back to whatever you were stuck on and you still have no new trails to follow, ask someone for help. Sometimes all you need is fresh eyes. Another part of failing successfully is being openly positive about it. I like to say good job me when I fuck up in a useful way. And yeah, I say it out loud. As Jenny mentioned earlier, your brain can't tell the difference between fake laughter and real laughter. It also can't tell the difference between encouragement from other people and encouragement from you, as long as you actually say it out loud. So it really will help you not to get discouraged. Don't get me wrong, there's also copious amounts of swearing when things don't go right. You can tell that about me. But the difference is the swearing is usually directed at things outside my control, and good job me is for things within my control. So if my stupid Lego car misses the damn jump 10 times in a row when I'm just testing sensors, swearing. If I realize that the reason my live stream hasn't been working for the last 10 minutes is because I put the camera on a different network and didn't update the IP in my software, good job me. I broke it, but I also fixed it. The thing is, past you is stupider than you. They have to be. They have less experience. Getting mad at them for failing is not productive, especially if you decide that you're going to adopt the failure mindset and do that on purpose. But again, this can be really hard to do straight out of the gate on your actual job, which is why you need a hobby. All the hobbies. Maybe not Warhammer, that one's expensive. With very few exceptions, everything humans know how to do, we learned how to do, right? You don't know how to code, you learned how to code. You don't know how to walk, you learned how to walk. I could keep going, but it's basically everything. But the tricky thing here is that learning new skills is a skill you can learn and improve. You can literally get better and faster at learning how to do new things by just learning how to do more things. So, hobbies. You don't have to go whole hog into everything, and you probably shouldn't. It'd get real expensive real quick if nothing else. But dabbling in a lot of different things is a great way to hone your learning. So for me, I know how to knit. I took a yarn spinning class. I know a little bit about gardening. I'm learning how to pick locks. I know how to juggle. And all of these things have taught me things that I can apply to different skills. We had a lightning talk basically just about this, and he was absolutely right. So, you know, knitting has taught me that if I screw up early enough in a project, sometimes the best thing that you can do is just take it apart. Juggling has taught me to look at the balls and not at my hand. Lockpicking has taught me that just because everything looks secure does not mean that it is. And gardening has taught me that there are just entirely too many bugs outside. I would also say that there's entirely too many bugs inside, but those ones are my fault. So some of that's one-to-one for code too, right? Like just because something looks secure doesn't mean that it is. Some of it's a little more abstract. Look at the balls and not at my hands is something like focus on what I'm building, not how I'm building it. But the real point here is just to learn stuff. Just practice failing in a low-stakes environment. And it'll help to ask yourself, what's the worst that could happen? I really want you to think about this. If you're considering not doing something at work or just in general. What really is the worst thing that So with Lego, the worst thing that could happen if something goes wrong with one of those jump ramps is that a 6-year-old has a slightly less awesome time at Lego. That's all. With the LED example I gave earlier, the worst thing that could happen is that they do catch on fire. And I know where the fire extinguishers are. Aw. You know the dog on fire meme? Pretend this is that. Not sure what happened there. So it can also be useful to consider what's the best thing that could happen and what's most likely to happen. So this is a really good brain exercise just all the time. And really go nuts here. So for Lego, the best possible pie-in-the-sky case here is that I meet the CEO of Lego. He thinks I am the coolest person in the world, and he loves my work, and he decides to make me the successor to Lego, Willy Wonka style. I did meet him, and he didn't, but you can dream. The most likely scenario is that the 6-year-olds just have a damn good. So this has been a whole lot of how to get your mind right type advice. And that's great because 95% of this is just getting your mind right. You will have a better time if you just embrace it. But I'm betting a lot of you were hoping that I had some actual concrete tips that you can take back to work with you, and I do. So first up, is the problem you're solving actually the problem that you have? Pretty sure. I ran into this one with Lego because I like talking about Lego, and the sensors just were not working as well once we installed them on site as they had been in my testing setup at DI. So they are IR sensors. You can kind of see them in the bottom of the tire here. So they're never going to be perfect because they weren't built for this, but they were significantly worse at Lego than they were at. We were getting just a constant amount of false positives. So you would get a woo and a slow motion video of nothing happening. Very fun. And only about half the time would it actually cars. So 50-50 chance of you making the jump and then, try again. Super demoralizing. So my testing setup was this sort of white cardboard plastic. I don't know what it is. We'll call it cardboard. And then, of course, the real ones are dark gray Lego plastic. So I sat down with our installers, and we thought, all right, probably the plastic tires are just shinier than the cardboard had been. The IR beams are like bouncing around in there, and they're triggering off of each other because they're too shiny. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so what can we do to make this less shiny? Well, we've got some gaffer's tape. If you've never seen gaffer's tape, it's a really matte black, sort of like duct tape. So we got some of that, and we put it up in the top of the tire. And it got worse. Just nothing but positive. We weren't getting false negatives anymore, but I think that's just because it was constantly going off. So, all right. Well, we changed the tire, and it's worse now. So, okay, maybe the mat did help, but now we're triggering off of like raggedy edges of the tape. Sure, yeah, that sounds like a thing that could happen. So found a laser pointer, and I lined this laser pointer up with each of my sensors, and no, the tape's fine. Well, it's not fine. If it was fine, it would be working, but the raggedy edge hypothesis totally busted. So I did what any normal person would do, and I sat down, and I had to think. Then I went to the bathroom, and I had to cry. I came back, and I started playing with the laser pointer. Do when you have a laser pointer. And eventually I pointed it at the tire, and the beam kind of scattered. Okay, well that's clearly my problem. These tires don't look very textured, they don't feel very textured, but the laser don't lie. And my IR sensors are just IR lasers. If it's doing that to the visible beam, it's doing it to my IR beams, but I already changed the texture of the tire and it didn't help. So I'm sure you know where this is going because I told you at the beginning, but what if the problem isn't that the tires are too shiny? What if the problem is that the tires are not shiny enough? So one of those installers was kind enough to go to the hardware store for me and get me some of that really shiny aluminum tape like they use on ducks sometimes. So we ripped out the matte black tape and we put in the shiny aluminum tape and the false positives. We were even able to crank up the sensitivity a little bit more so that the false negatives went way down, even below where they had been in my tape. It's still not perfect, but it's way better. So this story has two morals. The first one, of course, I told you at the beginning. Make sure that the problem you're solving is actually the problem that you have. I spent the better part of a day trying to make this tire less shiny, when really what I needed to do was make it more shiny. Which is moral number two. If you have the choice between making something less shiny and making something more shiny, always go for more shiny. All right, who knows what malicious efficiency is? Nobody, because it's a thing that I made up. So the short way of explaining this is that malicious efficiency is when you spend so much time focusing on your end goal that you miss your more immediate. This is one that my partner Brian clued me into because he bought a metric shit ton of mulch in the form of a pile dumped on our driveway. This is not a complaint. If you're going to buy mulch, that's the way to do it, assuming you have a driveway. But the problem started when he did this on about June 15th of last year. You might recognize this as approximately 2 weeks before a national holiday when we frequently have family over to get drunk and then blow things up on purpose. Not a great time to have a massive pile of extremely flammable material sitting in your driveway. So this was the end goal for the mulch, right? We have all of this massive garden space because he's really into gardening. Good for him. He doesn't mind the bugs. But the plants were already in. So we needed to cut paper and put it between the plants as a weed barrier, and then put the mulch in between the plants also on top of the paper, and do that for all of this and more because I couldn't fit the whole thing in the garden. And if you have the time, that's the most efficient way to do that, right? Do everything at once as you're doing it. You only touch each step one time. Sure. But we didn't have the time. It got to be July 1st, and we still had most of this pile of mulch in the driveway. We didn't want to let go of that inefficiency, though, so we just buckled down and did the whole thing in a couple of days, which really super sucked. I don't know what July was like here last year, but if it was anything like Kansas City, that was not a fun 2 days. What we should have done was just avoided the malicious efficiency and moved the pile out of the blast radius and into the backyard. Dealt with the rest. But we couldn't let go of the inefficiency. One problem at a time has become kind of a mantra for me when I feel myself slipping into that trap of malicious efficiency. It's a great thing in general, but especially if you don't know what you're doing. Find one thing that you do know how to do and do that. Probably the next thing will proceed from there. Bonus points if this is something you can commit, because then you have a paper trail of things you have finished. Bosses tend to love it. Get a mentor. Yes. More is better. At least one. Someone who will answer your stupid questions. Someone who will become the right amount of judgy when you inevitably fuck up. Someone who knows where the fire extinguishers are. And yeah, I want you to do this even if you're a CEO or a director or whatever. Remember what I said before. Everyone is better than you at something. Find something that you want to get better at and make someone teach you. Fear bribes are great for this. This one goes hand in hand with getting a job that you're not qualified for. Putting yourself into a position where you have to sink or swim, and you'll probably figure it out. If you're not ready to, apply for a job where you have literally 0 of the listed requirements, I recommend volunteer work. Yeah, see? They're usually a lot more forgiving when you fuck up. So I hope that you'll take at least one of the steps that I've outlined. Get a mentor, or 5. Start enjoying your failures instead of hating them. Get a hobby, or 5. Start practicing being bad at stuff. It's the only way to get better at being bad at stuff. And it's also the only way to get better at the stuff. You too can be in competition at work, get away with it.
Let's give it up for Amy. All right, my first thing is she said you should go volunteer somewhere. So I'm going to do a super good plug right now.
Do it.
You can volunteer for Techlahoma. Anyone wearing one of these gray shirts is a volunteer. They got in today for free. Okay? Volunteering is an awesome way to give back to your community. If you don't want to volunteer for Techlahoma, also fine. Volunteer for someone else that is doing good in our community. Thanks for being on my side, Kendall. Okay, so questions in the chat.
Oh boy.
The first one is kind of a joke question.
Great.
Did you know they're opening a Lego store in Tulsa soon?
I did not, but that's awesome.
Yeah,
I love
we're
the
very
Lego store.
excited.
We have 3 in Kansas City, but one of them's in the airport, so you can't get to it.
Rough. And then the question I had, I personally have an issue with being radically honest. How do I stop being radically honest? Like, radically lying, okay, but radically honest, I'm just like, here's my life. I tell everyone everything. And you're telling me to lie, and I just don't know what to do.
I mean, if it's working for you.
That's fair. That's fair. All right. Is there any more questions in the audience? All right.
Not even ridiculous ones? I gave you permission.
People are commenting about the ducks. There's lots of conversation happening, but not questions.
Fair
enough. There's also a shout out for the mentoring channel in Slack. That's a great place to connect with potential mentors. So great shout out. Oh, we've got a question. What's your most recent book you've read or something that you suggest reading?
A great one that kind of inspired this talk is The Art of Asking by Amanda Palmer. It's kind of a memoir, kind of a self-help, so if you're not into memoirs, it probably won't be your jam, but that's a great one for this. The most recent book that I read that has nothing at all to do with this was Once Upon a Tome, which was another memoir of a guy who works at a rare bookshop in London. Nothing to do with this, but it was really cool.
Okay, cool. Well, thank you so much. And we have added you to the Slack channel. So if you have any more questions, go to 200OK on Slack to ask questions, or I think there's some sort of way to connect with her there.
I have my email down here at the bottom. I'm
Yeah.
also on LinkedIn. I just didn't put it up on the thing, but feel free to connect with me on LinkedIn.
Awesome. Let's give a round of applause again for Amy. All right, so we have about 12 minutes until our next talk. I did want to go ahead.
Ooh, that's me, isn't it?
All right, I'm red. Okay. So I just want to go through a few things real quick before we go into our next talk. I have a clicker. I forget I have a clicker. I'm not used to having a clicker. It's so fancy. All right. Be on the lookout for an attendee survey. It is in the Slack channel. I'm also going to email it out to everyone. How was today? Was it good? Was it bad? Hopefully it wasn't bad. Let me know. Don't go to that link. It's not ready yet. That's bad. Sorry. Now I'm going to invite the Tulsa Web Devs leaders, Eric, Alec, and Max, Tulsa Web Devs leaders and Tulsa UX leaders, to just talk a little bit about what Tulsa Web Devs is, what Tulsa UX is, so you can learn more about the things we do, not on a conference scale, real quick. Let's welcome them onto stage.
Hello.
Woo! Wonderful volunteers, speaking of.
My pen or color, I don't remember how this. I have to. There we go. So yeah, Tulsa Web. And
I'll second that.
Going on for many years, Alec and I beginner level. Slot. Talk about Tuesdays are hack because we very loose sort of try to give you a little.
Does it cost money to attend?
None of these cost any money.
Never.
And
What?
even better, there's free pizza usually.
What?
So, like,
Shout out.
Hack Night has childcare, like the big.
Yes, there is childcare, so it's a pretty big deal.
So yeah, guys, we are doing office hours. So in our Tulsa Web Dev. Model.
Yeah, talk about a great place to go in and ask questions. Love that sort of thing. We're trying to.
Perfect. Little Tulsa UX fit, Mac.
Hey there. So we've been working diligently with Tulsa Web Devs to bring some better programming for this last year for Tulsa. There's additional meetup groups that we're going to be inviting to this event. They're just not listed yet. So we're really trying to do a good like trade fair of like all the folks on Techlahoma in Tulsa. So definitely, if you're wanting to get involved in Techlahoma and you're not, this is the one to go to. The venue is TBA right now, so we're working on that. Sorry, we'll keep you posted on that. But if you join that meetup, we'll get the correct thing to you.
Hey Mac, what's a user?
Hey, a user group is a collection of people who meet on some consistent cadence to talk about anything. So Tulsa UX is a user group that talks about UX, and we meet in Tulsa. That's our branding. It's very direct.
Are these the only 2 user groups that Techlahoma has?
No, we have over 32 groups we support.
It's lower now, but yeah.
Up to 32 user groups.
I think
but
it's over 20
statewide,
somewhere.
that's not just in Tulsa. That's everywhere. So we'll meet you where you're at, folks. Hot
Thanks.
dog.
I just put him on the spot for that. Y'all have anything else?
The next slide's for me.
Oh, the next slide's for you.
All right. Okay.
Get in the Slack.
Thank you for our Tulsa Web Devs leaders.
Thank you.
Tulsa UX leaders still staying up there, but thank you.
Lastly, if you like this conference and want a conference that's pretty much like it with different topics, you'd love UX OK. We're going to be in Oklahoma City this year, which is really exciting. So we have 3 conferences that Techlahoma puts on. 200 OK in Tulsa, Thunder Plains in, spoiler for the next slide, Thunder Plains in Oklahoma City, and UX OK was going to split the difference and flip-flop between every year in a couple different places. So this year it's OKC. We're really excited. We're going to be, who's heard of the Verge co-working in OKC? Directly above them is Skyline, and we're going to get to be at that venue, which is really exciting. So yeah, learn more at UXOK.org.
There's a really cool thing that we do at UXOK that's a little bit different than 200 OK. We have, instead of a lightning talks hour, we have an activity hour. So you can like get in group, get like create something or do something interactive because you're working on like a user experience, user design, product design, and kind of dive into a little bit of all those. You get to do that. It's really, really cool. Definitely something to check out.
And if you like UXOK and you like 200 OK, then you'll love
Thunder Plains. Thunder Plains is the Oklahoma City Web Developer Conference. It has been around for 10 years as well. So we are celebrating 2 10-year anniversaries this year, which is really exciting. This is by far our biggest conference. It's like this times, I can't do math. We had like 220 people last year and it sold out. Like we maxed capacity. So it's a really big event. We really enjoy it. Similar to this, similar talk, dual track, which means we have 2 speakers talking at once and you get to pick which one you're wanting to attend. It's a really awesome time. Definitely check it out. And if you attended today, you're going to get emails from me about this. The next event I want to mention is the Techno Gala. All right. Say this with me. So there's a Techno Gala, right? So the idea being people want to eat fancy food. fancy food is good. People like food. People like going to a gala. People don't like dressing up. Or some people don't like. So the idea is you do not have to dress up in a fancy gown. You do not have to dress up in a suit and tie. You come to the gala that is at the Omniplex, for those in the know, Science Museum of Oklahoma, and you run around and enjoy all the exhibits, and you have a good time. We're actually working on providing childcare. You do have to pay for your students, for your children to attend, and they will get food, but we are working to have about an hour of childcare during it, so you can sit and enjoy your meal, and then go around the museum with your kids, and there's no line to most of the things because it's just us. It's going to be a really, really, really fun time. We are looking for company sponsors at this time. We're looking for individual tickets. Sales are already open. Check it out. I would not be here relaxed, chill all day without my wonderful volunteers. I first give everyone a round of applause for being a volunteer. When I say this has been like the easiest conference because volunteers were asking me, how can I help you more? And I'm like, I have nothing because all my volunteers have already prepped everything for me. It was so beautiful. And I just really, really appreciate everyone that has worked on that. All right, now we are going to go ahead and head off stream. So I appreciate you, everyone in our virtual audience. And we will see you later. Shout out, oh, good call. I probably should shout out my husband specifically. He has been running the stream. He's been running the AV today. He wasn't voluntold, he actually volunteered. And like